Miss Bateman. Welcome back to Ticehurst House. It's been quite some time. Terrible weather this evening, is it not? Nurse Blaketon has had enough of me smoking inside. Makes her cough, you see. A bit of rain won't kill me, will it? You mustn't be interested in me nattering on. Give my regards to your father. Nurse Blaketon is preparing his supper. You look pale, Miss Bateman. Do head inside. You'll catch your death out here.
Dearest Mother, I hope this letter will reach you. I have spent these past years in torment, trying to piece together what remains of fractured memories. What I am about to recount to you will seem beyond comprehension, but I beg for your patience. I will endeavour to explain the events that led me to Ticehurst House that night. As far as I can recall, this whole wretched story started with the receipt of a letter from a Mr. Leonard Shoulder. The letter brought me to the isolated village of Bewley, deep in the moors. No station master in sight. I hope the village isn't too far away. I can't recall our exact meeting place. Mr. Shoulder mentioned it in his letter. I must make my way to the Plough and Furrow Inn. Bewley. I have great expectations for this Barrow. I swear she was not standing there a moment ago. Excuse me?
Yes?
I'm looking for the Plough and Furrow Inn. Do you know where I can find it?
Ah, young lady. Leave the station and follow the dry stone wall for around half a mile. You'll come to Bewley. Go straight ahead and you'll find the market square. The inn is t'other side at square.
Thank you very much. What can you tell me about Bewley?
Well, it used to be a thriving village. Not so much now. I don't spend much time there these days.
Are you local?
Ah, yes, a local I am. But I don't live in the village.
Where are you travelling to today?
That would be none of your business, young lady.
Quite. Apologies. I wish you a pleasant journey. Hello?
What brings you to Bewley?
I beg your pardon?
What brings you to Bewley, miss?
I'm here to visit a local landmark, Hob's Barrow.
Hobbs Barrow? Well, I can't say I've heard of it. For what reason?
I wish to excavate it.
Grave robber, are you?
Not at all. I merely have an interest in antiquities.
Not much to be found in Bewley, if you ask me. You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
I'll take my chances.
Can't say I didn't warn you.
That was odd. The old woman told me to go straight. I'll have time to The cobbler's is closed. I don't wish to It looks like I'm in... It looks... The cross denotes this as the site of a market, or perhaps a site of traditional religious significance. A small plaque beside the door reads Vicarage. The sign is well out of reach. The Plough and the inn where I am to... The Plough and Furrow. I have a bit of time before Mr. Shoulder arrives. I should inquire about a room.
Hello there. What's the young lady doing out alone in this sodding weather?
I'm heading to the Plough and Furrow.
Bloody good pub, that. It has the finest ales in the whole county. Oh, I'll take you there if you like.
I believe we are standing directly in front of it.
Oh, so we are. Listen,
Yes.
give us a kiss now, won't you?
How dare you?
Wench!
What a buffoon. I should speak to the innkeeper about a room. It's a crudely painted scene that appears to be of a biblical nature. A decorative plate. This one depicts a cat. A decorative plate depicting a serpent. A decorative plate. This one depicts a bull. A decorative plate depicting an eagle. A decorative plate. This one depicts a dog. A decorative plate depicting a bear. The painting depicts a rocky-edged lake. A small bronze plate states the name Lake Cubilius. pixie-faced peasant boy, painted in a naive style. The prices are cheap here. A fine exemplar of a rather miserable-looking fellow. He's playing a board game by himself. I think it's Three Men's Morris. They are engaged in an... The innkeeper is a serious... Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How can I help?
Bye for now.
As you were.
A majestic animal, cut down in his prime. This painting shows a Rubenesque figure brushing her hair. Quite unusual to see such a sensual work in a room like this. A colourful work depicting a bashful knight. It is signed N. Hamley. A biblical scene of some kind. An angel is depicted looking longingly to the heavens. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How can I help?
I am in need of a room for the night.
Aye, we aren't short of those. One night, is it?
I shall need at least 2 nights, maybe more.
Aye, 'tis not a problem. 3 shilling per night. That includes your dinner and tea.
A fair price.
I'll need that payment up front for the 2 nights.
This is payment for the room.
Thank you. Can I ask for your name, lass?
Thomasina Bateman.
And will Mr. Bateman be staying with us tonight?
No, I am not wed. My assistant is arriving in Beaulieu tomorrow.
Your assistant, you say?
Please.
I'll keep a room spare. It's not quite as nice as yours, I'm afraid.
Not a problem, sir. I'm sure it will be adequate. Kenneth is a man of inexpensive taste.
Here's your key. Just go through the door to the right of the bar, then up the stairs. Room number 2.
Thank you.
Can I help you with your luggage?
No, thank you, sir. I can manage. I should go upstairs and freshen up before Mr. Shoulder arrives. This shall do nicely. Time to change into something more comfortable. Much better. A decorative plate depicting a goat. A painting of surprising quality. It portrays a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast moor. Perhaps a local landmark. A sturdy-looking thing, useful to many a weary traveller. A decrepit set of... Complementary matches. There's only one match left, though. This may come in handy. I don't wish to carry the bowl around with me. I've hung my dress inside. Aside from that, the wardrobe is empty. As the only light source in the room, they are engaged in a lovely place to warm oneself. The painting depicts a small bronze...
Miss Bateman, you've transformed.
I feel far more comfortable in my outdoor clothing.
You look like one of those explorers you see in the newspaper.
I guess you could call me an explorer of sorts.
I'm Stanley. Stanley Kemp.
A pleasure to meet you, Stanley.
And tell me, I trust your room is adequate.
Most adequate.
Excellent.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Aye, it's a quiet place. People keep to themselves, work hard.
I look forward to exploring the village tomorrow.
There's not a lot to see, lass. But St. Edmund's Church is a fine building, worth a visit.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Kemp.
Well, I've been the proprietor of this inn for the last 16 years. I worked as a drover all over the country in my younger days. Saved up my coin and bought this place.
It's a fine inn.
Thank you. I often run short of ale, but my rooms are rarely full. We don't get many outsiders wanting to stay overnight here in Bewley.
I'm looking for a man named Leonard Shoulder.
Aye, I know the man.
I'm to meet him here tonight.
Can I get you something to drink while you wait?
Not yet, thank you. What can you tell me about Mr. Shoulder?
Aye, he's a quiet fellow. He only comes here to check his post.
Yes, I've been corresponding with him using this address.
Have you now? You found yourself an admirer?
Not quite.
What business do you have with old Leonard, then?
We've become good friends through our correspondence.
So, I were right. He is an admirer, then.
Not in that sense.
So you've come all the way to Bewley on your own to meet old Mr. Shoulder because of innocent letters? Now, you can trust me, lass. Your secrets are safe with me. I just like a chat, especially with me guests. A good, honest chat.
Well, if you must know, I am what some people call a barrow digger.
A what?
A barrow digger.
What in God's name is that?
Are you familiar with Tumuli?
Afraid not.
Barrow is another word for tumulus, or tumuli in the plural. A profoundly interesting subject.
You've lost me.
I excavate ancient burial sites looking for relics. A barrow is traditionally a circular mound of raised earth enclosing a burial chamber.
Oh, aye? You're a grave robber.
I am no such thing.
Don't worry, lass. I've met all sorts in here over the years. I won't tell anyone.
I assure you, my goal is more noble than petty grave robbery.
What sort of relics do you find, then? Gold? Silver? Bones?
Well, rarely gold or silver, but treasures certainly. Ancient pottery is the most common find. I've been excavating barrows all over the country. I'm documenting my findings in preparation for my book. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities in Rural England.
Oh, aye. Very interesting. But what does old Leonard have to do with this?
He sent me a letter in which he told me about an unusual barrow in Bewley, a site called Hob's Barrow. I'm meeting him here this evening to find out more.
I've lived here nigh on my whole life, and I've heard nowt about a Hob's Barrow.
Thanks for your time.
As you were. How can I...
Are you sure you've never heard of Hob's Barrow?
Not in my life, lass. But I'll tell you something. The moors stretch further than the eyes can see once you leave this village. There's no doubt many a discovery to be made.
Mr. Shoulder said the Barrow is well known locally, a place of legend.
I'm afraid you're going to have to speak to him about it. Why are you interested in digging around in the dirt, lass? Haven't you better things to do with your time?
I enjoy nothing more than the thrill of discovery, uncovering the past and piecing together our history. I inherited this passion from my father.
Oh, a barrow digger too, eh?
Indeed. He would take me with him on excavations as a child.
Does he still come with you now, on your own adventures?
I'm afraid my father's been bedbound by illness for many years.
Oh, I am sorry to hear that, lass.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp. He is well looked after at a private hospital. Thanks for your time.
As you were.
Hello, sir.
What?
I'm waiting here for a...
I don't. Do you, love?
Never heard.
There you have it. Now clear.
Hello, sir.
Aye,
Do you know a Mr. Leonard Shoulder?
you're not local. You've come on that bloody train, haven't you? Bewley's going to dogs.
My name is Thomasina...
None of your business. Where's your husband?
None of your business.
Ah! You're brave coming in here, all on your own.
I'm a grown woman.
I'm Cyril.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Cyril. Do you know Mr. Shoulder?
That be none of your business, lass. I don't come to your city. Poke man just wants to enjoy his...
I take it you are not enamored.
Bewley's gonna be swarming with outsiders, like you. We don't want you coming here. It's as simple as that, lass.
Why not?
This is our town, our land.
I assure you, I am not here to cause trouble.
We'll see about that, won't we?
What can you tell me about Bewley?
We're a proud community. I've lived here my whole life. Not much here to interest folks like you.
Folks like me.
Aye.
Bye for now.
Ta-ra, la-
Mr. Shoulder should... I'll sit down. Where on earth is he? What a waste of time this is turning out to be.
Evening there, miss.
Not you again.
I just wanted to apologise for earlier. I deserved that slap. I'm sorry for my behaviour. The drink gets a hold of me sometimes.
Let's start again, shall we?
My name is Arthur Tillett.
Thomasina Bateman.
What brings you to Bewley, anyway?
I'm here to meet someone, but he has not arrived.
His loss, if you ask me.
Perhaps you know the gentleman, Mr. Leonard Shoulder.
Oh, I know Mr. Shoulder all right. If I may be so bold as to say, he's a bit long in the tooth for you.
The relationship is not what you're implying. I've never met him. In fact, I know very little about him at all.
Get me an ale and I'll tell you all about the old sod.
One ale, coming right up.
Thank you very much. Then I'll tell you all about old Leonard Shoulder.
How can I help you?
A tankard of your finest ale, Mr. Kemp.
There we are. 2 pence, please.
Thank you. This was the last of my money, but Kenneth will be here tomorrow with more funds. Here you are, Arthur.
Thanking you. Oh, that hits the spot, that does, lass. Now then. Old Len. Leonard Shaw.
Arthur? Mr. Tillett? Oh, for heaven's sake. The man is in a drunken stupor.
Oh, what the hell was that for?
You passed out, Mr. Tillett.
Oh, sorry, lass. Where were I? Leonard's shoulder. Hold on another minute. I'm making for a piss.
This man is unbelievable. It feels like an... Perhaps I should go in there.
Miss Bateman? My apologies. The ladies are closed due to faulty plumbing. You'll have to use the gents.
Lovely. Mr. Tillett? Mr. Tillett? Mr. Tillett, are you in there? Mr. Tillett, are you in there? Well, you're not Mr. Tillett. I'd rather not touch. The door opens a crack, but appears to be blocked from the other side. I think I can hear someone moving around. Mr. Tillett? Arthur, are you out there? Judging from the draft coming from below, this door must lead outside. I should investigate further. A cold draught. I can't reach. I can see it still. The jug is... It looks like the mirror is coated. Some excavations are best. Excuse me, sir. A pearly white gent's glove. It's certainly unlike anything Mr. Tillett was wearing. Seems rather out of place here. Peculiar. Someone has wedged the door shut. Mr. Tillett? Why would he have done that? Did Mr. Tillett leave, then block the door behind him? Something strange is going on here. Who was that old chap I saw outside the alley? He headed eastward. Maybe I could catch up with him and ask him if he saw Mr. Tillett. I suspect the barrels are empty. I could tether a horse. Sir? The old man has disappeared into the darkness. I'd best turn back to the inn.
Last orders.
I should get some sleep. Finding the missing men of Bewley shall have to wait for tomorrow. Kenneth will be arriving tomorrow at midday. I should get... Yes, I must get some sleep. I shall track down Mr. Shoulder tomorrow.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
off to bed.
Yes. I'm afraid Mr. Shoulder's let me down.
The rotter. Perhaps he will make himself known tomorrow.
I should hope so. This is turning into a waste of my time.
Don't mind the locals, miss. It's just that we don't get a lot of visitors in Bewley.
Quite.
They mean well, believe me.
Sure, Mr. Kemp.
Please, call me Stanley.
Good night, Stanley.
Sleep well, Miss Bateman.
Such horrid dreams. Bolted from the inside, just as I left it last night. As I suspected, I must have dreamt of that wretched-looking cat. I must say I'm relieved. Right then. Let's see if I can track down the elusive Leonard Shoulder. I'm rather anxious to get to this barrow. I also wonder what happened to Mr. Tillett.
Good morning, Miss Bateman.
Good day, Stanley.
Did you sleep well, Miss Bateman?
Not really. I have the rather queer recollection of a cat entering my room last night.
A cat, you say?
Yes, an odd-looking grey one. I must have been dreaming, as I locked the door and windows before I went to sleep. I saw a similar cat in the lavatories while searching for Mr. Tillett.
Ah, Herbert. Oh, he's a harmless thing. He comes in now and then searching for scraps.
Indeed. Seeing him in the lavatories must have conjured up the strange dream.
The mind is capable of manifesting frightful things, Miss Bateman. I'm happy to report the rain of yesterday has lifted. It's a clear morning outside. Crisp. I've prepared a room for your assistant. What time will he be arriving today?
His train will get in around midday. Kenneth will also be bringing my excavation equipment.
Oh, aye? What does that entail?
Picks, shovels, buckets, lighting and such. He usually packs it in a large crate. Come to think of it, I'll need somewhere to store it.
You're welcome to use the alley behind the inn for any such bulky items.
Is it safe to do such a thing?
I can assure you the local folk are not thieves, Miss Bateman.
That's not what I...
Now, say nothing more of it.
Thank you, Stanley.
I'll let you get on with your day.
I'll be back with my assistant when he arrives.
Miss Bateman,
Yes?
I've something I wish to get off my chest, as it were. I've been tossing and turning all night, Miss Bateman.
What on earth are you talking about?
As you know, I like to... Well, I do know of Hobbs Barrow.
You do?
I do. Many here do. There are stories tied to that place, you know. If I've learned anything in this life, it's that some stones are best left unturned. Old Leonard Shoulder is someone to be wary of too. I can't tell you what to do, lass, but you'd best avoid him.
Why lie to me about Hobbs Barrow?
I know, lass, I know. I feel dreadful.
But why? What are these stories you speak of?
I really can't tell you more. If you insist on visiting that place, you'll have to seek out Mr. Shoulder. He brought you here. He should be the one to tell you.
I must say, Mr. Kemp, this is all quite puzzling. I've never let local superstitions stop me in the past. I pride myself on being a woman of logic and reason. I've no time to waste on such matters.
As I say, seek out Mr. Shoulder.
Why must I be wary of...
The man has a certain reputation.
For what?
You've seen it already. Were he here to meet you last night?
No.
Precisely. A man not to be trusted.
Where does Mr. Shoulder live?
I can't, as I think I told you last night. He only comes in here to collect his post. Leads me to believe he lives a fair distance away. Certainly. You could ask, as I say, lass. Don't forget that.
Where is Hobbs Barrow?
I don't know. I say that on my mother's grave.
I now find that hard.
The moors are vast. I'd tend not to go wandering out there. A grown man could lose himself and not be seen.
I shall return later.
Good day to you, lad.
It seems I may be fighting a battle against some sort of local superstition. Is there a single barrow in England that doesn't have some ghastly tale attached to it? Hogwash. All of it. I've a few hours until Kenneth arrives. I should use this time to find Mr. Shoulder. The window box is well... Hello? My name is Thomasina.
Now then, that's none of your concern, love.
What do you do around here?
Hey up, you're not scared of sticking your neb in. I look after the churchyard. Dig the graves.
What can you tell me about the church?
Aye, it's a
Quite. Do you know a man...
I don't know out about no Leonard Shoulder.
What can you tell me about Hobbs Barrow?
Not to be found digging around in those things.
You know of local barrows, then?
Don't concern yourself.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
Not much around here, love. Not worth mentioning to you, like.
I see. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Hello?
Yes?
Do you like living in Bewley?
Yeah, I do. Are you from the city?
I'm from a long way away.
You must have come on the train. I love watching all the steam puff up into the sky.
Have you been on the train yourself?
No, miss. Our parents don't have the money for train tickets. Father says we have all we need here in Bewley.
Perhaps this nice lady would like to take you away with her on the train.
No, I need to stay and protect Bewley from the lantern worm.
My name...
Douglas?
It's a pleasure to meet you. That's a great sword technique you have.
Thanks, miss. Mr. Crozier's gonna make me a real one when I turn 12. I'm preparing myself to fight the lantern worm.
What is the lantern worm?
It's gonna come back and get us all. John Lantern thought he killed it at the River Ware. But my father told me it still lives. We must all be prepared.
The lantern worm isn't real, Douglas. Father just told you that to get you out of his hair.
Not true. I saw it slithering out by the beck. Like a giant eel it were. I ran home so fast I thought I would fly.
Sorry, miss. My brother has a vivid imagination.
Children often do at his age.
I'll keep training. You will all thank me when I thrust my sword deep into its fat belly.
Douglas, this lady doesn't want to hear your nonsense.
Do you know a man called...
That's a funny name.
Have you heard?
What's that?
A local burial mound.
Our parents don't let us wander far from the village.
What's a burial mound?
Don't you mind about that, Douglas.
Who's Mr. Crozier?
He's a blacksmith. His forge is just over there on the other side of the square.
Don't you think 12 years of age is a little young for a real sword?
I'll be a master swordsman by then.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, miss.
Good day.
Hello,
My name... What's your...
Betty.
Nice to meet you. What are you up to?
My brother is practicing his... I'm to watch him until he tires it.
I'm
This time last month it were all about his teeth, but this month it's so.
Do you know...
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
What do you...
Our parents don't like us talk.
So...
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
The bucket is rusty and... Excuse me, do you think anyone would mind if I borrowed this trowel?
You help yourself, dear. Father Roach won't mind lending it. Just be sure to put it back when you're finished.
Of course, thank you.
It is more blessed to give.
In memory of Romeo Hegg. In memory of Hello?
Good day. Would you like to buy one of these cakes, pet?
What kind of cakes do you have?
I have some lovely Bakewell puddings. The sweetest I can tell you're not from around here. They are...
Alas, I'm not carrying it.
That's unfortunate, pet. The money goes to the church, you see. And
I understand. My name is Thomasina. What?
Mrs. de Plancy.
A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. de Plancy.
Likewise.
Tell me about yourself.
About me? I've been attending St. Edmund's Church my whole life. I always want to help where I can, so I sell my... This place means... You'll not find...
What can you tell me about St. Edmund's Church?
Isn't it the finest building? It's been standing here since the 12th century. The box pews in the nave are very fine and date back to the 17th. The door is open if you...
Thank you, Mrs. Do you know a local man?
Yes. What business?
It's a long story, but I'm trying to...
I'm afraid Father Roach has access to the parish
What can you tell me about Father Roach?
He is a lovely man. He's been the vicar of St. Edmund's for...
Where can I...
At this time of day, he'll be taking his exercise in Herne Wood, to the west of the village.
Thank you. I'll go find him.
Be sure to listen out for his merry whistling.
What do you know of
Hobbs
Barrow?
The only place of burial I know about it.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be...
Goodness me, look at these box pews. I've never seen any as tall as that before. Most unusual architecture, even for the Normans. Someone has left a necklace hanging here. A silver cross. Sterling by the look of it. Maybe I can reunite it with its owner. The flowers have long since dried out. A memorial list of former... They stretch back several hundred years. I've no time for such things. Locked. Locked as well. I think they all might. It's locked. Hello there, my name's Tommy.
Yeah?
How are...
Go away!
Do you know a man?
No,
Have you heard of a place?
no.
Goodbye.
Hello, I'm Jane and this is my brother Wally.
Lovely to meet you.
I'd introduce you to my dolls, but they're drying out at the moment.
This is a lot...
It's where we get our water, miss. It's good for drinking and cleaning.
Your dolls look...
Thank you, miss. I love them. Today was their bath day.
Wally doesn't say much.
He's mardy with me because he's bored, miss. He thinks he's too old to play with dolls.
I see. Where are your...
They're picking apples from the big tree in our yard. Daddy and I sell them at the market.
That sounds nice.
But they don't mind us playing it as long as we don't touch the Ammon's horn.
What is...
It's over there on that rock.
Do you mean the fossil?
It's the Ammon's horn. Daddy said we should never touch it. It will make the god angry.
What god?
Ammon, of course.
Jane?
It's a horn. What's a fossil?
A fossil is an impression of a prehistoric plant or animal embedded in rock and preserved in petrified form. This particular animal was called an ammonite.
I'm confused. It's not a horn?
No, it's the impression of a long-dead sea creature.
Well, I believe my daddy. He doesn't lie to me.
Your father is somewhat correct. For you see, ammonites were given their name for the Egyptian god Ammon.
See, I told you. It's Ammon's horn. My daddy is always right.
Do you know an old...
No, miss.
Have you heard of a...
Jane!
No, miss.
Are you sure?
I swear. Goodbye, miss.
Very sorry. Oh, the shame. This malaise will not pass. Oh, the nausea. your help, young lady.
Tell me what you need.
Let the blood from my arm.
Excuse me?
Cut me. I beg you.
Are you sure?
I beg. It's the only cure for this.
I'm not going near it. This handkerchief was a gift from my... This should work. Are you sure you want me to do this?
Yes, it will cure me of my ills.
I shall do as you ask.
Thank the Lord. God, I already feel quite...
I'm glad...
The rapid healing properties of bloodletting cannot be overstated. I'm Frederick Roach.
My name is Thomasina Bateman. It's a pleasure. Thank you for...
Lord be...
Are you feeling better?
Yes, thank you.
What ail...
I like to pick blackberries for my supper. They are quite delicious. My apologies again.
Are you from Bewley originally?
I was born in our very own St. Edmunds. It's...
Do tell.
My mother was sheltering there. There's a frightful tempest, and lo, did her waters break right...
One could say that you were born into your role, Father.
When my mother told me the story as a young boy...
St. Edmunds is...
Thank you for... It's hard work keeping her in good shape, but our congregation is always willing to lend a hand in the...
What is it like
Every day is a blessing, my child. I have a great love for our parish and the Lord.
What about your congregation?
Numbers have fallen, but those that remain are faithful and full of his spirit.
I'm looking for Mr. Leonard Shaw.
Oh, yes? Are you a...
No, it's a long story, but he invited me to Bewley.
And he didn't tell you his address?
He was to meet me last night at the Plough and Furrow, but he never came.
I see. Well, let me welcome you to Bewley on his behalf.
Thank you, Father. Do you know where Mr. Shoulder lives?
Let me think.
Perhaps you could allow me to take a look at the parish.
No need. A fair hike across the moors.
Could you please give me directions?
I'll take you there myself. It's the least I can do after you aided me so.
Capital. Thank you.
Just let me know when you're ready to pay. I'll be resting here.
What do you know of Hobbs Barrow?
I can't say I've heard of it.
It's supposedly a famous local landmark.
I'm afraid I know nothing about it.
What can you tell me about Bewley?
It's a quiet town. The railway line, which I presume you arrived by, is the...
I've heard the new station has received a...
I've heard many a debate, it's true, but my role is not to adjudicate on that matter. I'm very busy in my own work.
Thank you for...
Lord be...
I'm ready to go to Mr. Shoulder's house.
Excellent. I feel the fresh air will do me well. Follow me.
Good morning, Father.
Good morning, Mrs. Duplancy. Mrs. Duplancy, this is Thomasina Bateman, a visitor to our parish.
we've already had the pleasure of meeting, Father.
Excellent. Miss Bateman, don't hesitate to try one of Mrs. Duplancy's wonderful cakes.
Yes, I've heard about her famous Bakewell puddings.
I'll be here all day, young lady. But remember, once they're gone, they're gone. Those little whelps have already gobbled up all the gingerbread.
You are doing God's work, Mrs. Duplancy.
He smiles upon us, Father.
Miss Bateman, if you'd like to follow me. Let's talk of graves, of worms, and epitaphs. Make dust our paper, and with rainy eyes, write sorrow on the bosom of the earth. Let's choose executors and talk of wills.
Shakespeare?
Quite. Which play?
Hamlet?
Magnificent guess, Miss Bateman, but I'm afraid that passage is from Richard II. Studying the work of the bard is one of my favorite pastimes. Follow me. Behold, the vast expanse of God's creation. The moors extend as far as the mortal eye can see. Beautiful, is it not?
Beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
The beauty of God's creation is that it takes so many forms. How can one take in such a view and not have faith? Some look at these moors and think this a godless land. But I tell you, he is found in all domains. The Lord's work is all about us. Tell me, Miss Bateman, do you believe in God?
I was brought up Anglican. The church was an important part of my early life, Father Roach. But what happened to my father eventually made me question things.
If you don't mind me asking, my child, what happened to your father?
He had an accident when I was very young.
Come along now, Thomasina. Let's get out of the rain. Remember what I told you, all right? Be a good girl. People are unwell here. They don't want to hear you running about making noise. Understood?
Yes, Mother.
Good. And don't annoy the nurses.
I promise I won't.
Good. Now, let's see your father.
Daddy, wake up! Daddy, Daddy is sleeping. Mummy? Mummy?
Good evening, Mr. Bateman. Hello, little one. You must be Thomasina?
Yeah.
My name is Nurse Blaketon. I just need to talk to your mummy for a little bit. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mrs. Bateman?
Will he ever talk again, Nurse Blaketon?
The doctor is uncertain, Mrs. Bateman. There is the possibility that Mr. Bateman won't regain any movement at all. But we will do our utmost to look after Mr. Bateman here at Ticehurst Manor. He will have a nurse by his side at all times. I can assure you.
What sort of god would allow this fate to befall such a kind and honest man?
I'm sorry to hear this. God moves in mysterious ways, but he loves us all. Come along now.
Hello. She scampered off in a hurry. Who was that?
Some primitive folk make their home out on the moors. I suggest you keep your wits about you when you are exploring, and don't stray too far from Bewley.
I see. How much farther to Mr. Shoulder's house?
Still quite a walk, I'm afraid. But we'll get to him soon enough. Now then, take... Legend has it that this cairn has stood here for over 1,000 years.
How remarkable.
The Devil's Toe.
I beg your pardon?
That's what it's called. The Devil...
Oh, I see.
Come now.
We walked and walked across that vast, featureless landscape. All the while, Father Roach was whistling away merrily. Just as I had begun to wonder if we were hopelessly lost, a building emerged from the mist, Mr. Shoulder's cottage.
Here we are, miss. Unless my memory fails me completely, this is...
Thank you for your help, Father Roach.
Now. No need to thank me. However, I have something to ask you.
Yes?
Please don't tell Mrs. de Plancy about my little scene in the woods. She will only fret. The poor dear woman has enough on her mind as it is.
I shan't mention it.
Thank you. You'd better see if Mr...
He looks much too Here, chuk chuk chuk.
Don't encourage...
Care to hold one, Father Roach?
Put that thing down, would you?
You're no fun. Do you know that young...
No, but I've seen her sneaking up. Poor thing is feral. She takes off at the slightest... We will bring the law to her.
Perhaps she has her own belief. You said there were others like...
Primitive folk, yes. Avoid the moors in hours of darkness and don't... I wouldn't entrust a young woman in their company.
What else do you know?
A reclusive man. I must say I know very little about him.
Does he attend services at St. Edmund's?
Not regularly, if at all these days.
Perhaps he feels closer to God out here on the moors. What do you make of Miss...
A sturdy construction. I mean, the winds blow a gale out here.
At least he must have plenty of eggs.
Awful creatures.
Do you know anything else about...
Not real. I do recall it toppling over when I was... A few lads from Bewley rebuilt it to the best of their...
The devil mustn't have been...
Come now, my child.
Why don't you like hens?
I know I must love all of... But they make such an unholy ruckus. And their talons claw at my boots.
But they mean no harm. And they provide eggs.
I cannot abide the smell of sulphur when rotten.
What more can you...
Godless people. Don't concern yourself. They live out there on the very edges of this land. If you don't wander too far, you shouldn't cross their path.
You mentioned that Mrs. de Plancy...
It is not my place. Mrs. de Plancy will tell you in good time.
What is your...
A very difficult question. I am awfully fond of Cymbeline.
An unusual...
All gold and silver.
A fine... Is there a...
No. I believe, Mr.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be...
A carved stone has been affixed to the door. I think it depicts... It's bolted onto the door itself. Father, what do you...
A peculiar adornment, though it does remind me of a... It is the very... She comes nearer earth and makes...
Romeo...
A fine tragedy, but that particular passage... I'm afraid your knowledge of the bard is...
It's been a while since I've read his...
Never mind. No sign of life?
None. The window is nice and clean. The dwelling is by no... The trousers feel freshly hung. That glove... I wonder if it matches the... The gloves are a pair. Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was in the alley last night? Why didn't he come inside to see me? Slightly.
I have a similar one myself.
I've no... I can't think of anything else to talk... Mr. Shaw... Is Thomasine... I'm here...
Maybe try again. He's here.
I have nothing... I've only just... Mr. It appears Miss... Curse it.
Perhaps you could try the hand.
It's locked.
Perhaps he's gone for a...
Possibly.
I'd suggest you call back later. I myself must make my way back home. Shall I accompany you back to...
No, you go.
As you wish. I hope, Mr. Shoulder...
Thank you for your help.
My parting is...
Much ado.
Oh dear. I thought that was an easy one. Romeo...
Of course.
That I shall say good night. Lord be with you.
Well, Miss... I'll just... I'm ready to go to...
Excellent. Follow me.
Good morning,
Good morning, Mrs.
Yes.
I'll be...
Let me...
Shakespeare? Richard II.
Correct. You... Follow... Behold, the moors... Beautiful.
Indeed.
The beauty... How can some look at that? Tell me, do you...
I was brought... But...
If you don't...
He...
Let's get out. Remember what I told you?
Yeah,
Good.
I put...
Good.
Mummy? Mummy? Daddy?
Good evening, Miss... Hello? You...
Yeah.
I'm... Mrs...
Will he...
But he will...
What sort of god would allow this?
I'm God. Come along now.
Hello? She scampered off in a hurry. Who was... How much?
But what? Now then. Legend that
We walked and walked, all the just Mr.
Here we are.
Yes? I shan't.
You'd better see if Mr. Shoulder is in.
A carved... It's... Father, what do you...
It is the she and...
Othello?
Precisely. Your knowledge of the bard is presently flawless.
I consider myself to be well-read, Father Roach.
It's delightful to meet a fellow bookworm, I must say.
Mr. Is Thomasina... I'm here in...
Maybe try again. His hearing probably isn't the best at his age. No sign?
No. The window. Mr. Shoulder, you... It appeared... Curses.
Perhaps you could...
It's locked. I've come along, please. Mr. Shoulder, what else does...
Not...
Do you know... You said there... Why don't... Do you... What more... You... What... A fine... Is there... I have nothing else. Mr. I've no desire. The trowel fresh. That... I want... The gloves... Does this... Why didn't he...
Perhaps he's gone.
Possibly.
I'd suggest I myself. Shall I...
No.
As you wish. I hope Mr. Shoulder...
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure. Parting is...
Romeo and Juliet.
Correct. That I shall say good night, till it be morrow. You've proven yourself to be an impeccable scholar of the bard, my child. Lord be with you.
Well, Mr. Shoulder, you've brought me to Bewley, and now you're nowhere to be... As I trudged back to Bewley, I would find... The train! I should go and meet him at the station. Margaret's Lookout. I wonder who Margaret is, or was. Hello?
Good day.
Father Roach asked me not to... Father Roach seems rather under the weather, don't you think?
Father Roach, the man is as fit as a lad out. What makes you say?
I found him in the woods in a state of considerable distress.
Oh my, this is very worrying. I must check on him later. I had no idea.
Thank you for your time.
Lord be...
Hello?
Good.
Father Roach...
Father, the man, what makes you...
I found him in the woods.
Oh, this...
Are you sure?
Hobbs?
Never mind. Thank you for your...
Lord be...
I have no desire...
I shall see you later this evening, gents. Well, I say.
Hello, sir.
A pause on your beauty.
Wait! Some nerve.
Lady, you...
I most certainly am not.
Sorry, lass.
Says...
Lord Panswick. Now get back before you find yourself under...
My name...
Oh, aye? You're not from round here.
No. What is your...
Horace.
Are you in charge here?
I am indeed.
Tell me.
Just some...
It sounded like you knew him better.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but...
What are you doing?
What does it look like I'm doing?
There is no need to be sarcastic.
We're employed by Lord Panswick. He's ordered... That's what...
These are...
Aye, his lordship owns...
Who is Lord...
Our...
He's the governor of the...
All right, Owen, back...
He lives in Bewley.
Aye, not far, but his lordship doesn't like questions. Now, please leave it.
Do you know a man...
No, can you let me get back to my...
Why are you
By heck, you... If you must know, his lordship is repairing... We need the timber for the restoration.
How intrigued. What?
An old chap.
I should rather like to...
Not possible. His lordship does not...
Do you know where...
Never heard of...
Thanks for your time.
We'll be done by tomorrow morning. Come...
I'll let him get on. Where is Kenneth? He was supposed to wait for me at the station. Mr. Tillett. Where did you go last night?
Have we met?
Last night at the Plough and Furrow.
Oh, miss, I were blind drunk last night and woke up with a...
You still smell like a brewery.
Sorry.
You went to use the lavatory and never came back. I searched every...
I think I remember you bought me a... Then it's... I woke up in my bed this morning with my wife sour at me for waking her at some ungodly hour.
About last... What were you going...
Who?
Leonard Shoulder. You told me you knew him. And promised to tell me more if I... So what were you going to tell me?
I don't...
But you said you did.
No, I know. No.
You're hiding something, Mr. Tillett. I don't believe you.
I say a lot of things when I've got the drink in me. I probably just wanted you to buy me an ale.
A likely story.
Look, what would I gain from lying to you? I just wanted another drink.
Even if that's the case, it doesn't...
I don't remember.
About... You really don't...
As I remember needing a piss. Then, well, you must have missed me when I came out.
I did not. I even went to the gents' toilet.
Oh, aye.
It was. I checked and you were nowhere to... The back door leading to the alleyway was blocked.
Oh, aye?
Yes, you must have exited through that door, Mr.
But you just said it were blocked.
There must...
My mind.
Why? Did you block it?
I told you. I've no to say, because I remember...
I found him, but he wasn't home.
Don't worry.
How's your headache?
It feels like a steam engine is driving full pelt in a...
Be sure to drink plenty of...
Aye, I'll survive.
So...
Aye. You, would you like to buy a ticket?
Not just yet. I understand that some of the locals are not too happy.
Aye. I'd go as...
How long has the station been open?
About 3 months. This employment's been a saviour for... If I weren't stood here, I'd be drinking my life. It's worth the occasional withering look from Cyril.
What does a station...
A bit of this, and I don't wish to bore you.
As you wish.
My responsibilities here keep me on the straight and narrow. I'll tell you that. Sense of duty can do wonders for...
Indeed. This must be a rather lonesome post to occupy.
Trains pass through here more regularly than you might think, lass.
I'm looking for my...
Oh, aye.
His train has a...
Not a single soul disembarked the last train, Miss Bateman.
Impossible. Was that not the midday train from London by way of Derby?
Aye, it were. Mr. Price were here. Unloaded a few crates.
But no...
Not a soul. Hold on. One of them crates had your... A great big one out.
A red rib...
Aye.
What is Kenneth playing at, sending my equipment? Curse it. Where is my...
Mr. Price took away all the crates.
Who?
Mr. Price. He's...
Where can I find...
He lives above the storeroom, just north of the plough and furrow. You'll see it. There's a Royal Mail plaque on the wall.
Thank you. Where can I...
He lives above... You'll see...
Thank you. What can you tell me about...
Oh, you've heard of his love?
Yes.
Aye. He comes into the... Gives sweets to the children. Aye, he's...
I sense some hesitation.
Well, we kind of have an unspoken agreement. He looks after us, provided...
I don't follow...
He likes us.
Some people do.
No one is allowed to visit.
Do you mean to say that he's a bit...
No. I've heard people got fired at when approaching his manor
Good, but is this...
Well, I won't be the one to find...
I'm looking... It's why Leonard Shoulder invited... He thought I might like to excavate it.
Oh, aye. I heard about a Hobbs Barrow. There's some old stories.
What story?
I can't...
Mr. Tillett.
I'm awfully sorry, miss. I'll try to... If he invited you here, then I'm sure Mr...
That's if I ever get to...
I'm sure you...
Farewell for...
Ta-ra!
That must be the postmaster's storeroom. Hello.
Good day. I haven't seen you in Bewley before.
I'm just visiting.
Lovely. It's nice to see a new face. My name's Henry. Henry Long.
Nice to meet you, Henry. Thomas...
Wonderful. What a trip.
You seem in a good mood.
It's just lovely. Where are you from, Miss Bateman?
Originally, small... Though I currently reside in...
London. I've never met anyone. How very... Have you lived there a long time?
It's been quite a few years now.
I've heard that the air there is so heavy with smoke. Is that true?
Someday.
Oh, you must miss the fresh north. Well, you've got that in Bewley. No factories out here. Such things are a... I were born in this very home. Bewley. Why would I ever want to leave? Especially now
I'm looking for Mr. Price.
Oh, Mr. Price. I'm afraid you've just missed him.
Curse.
I saw him wheeling a large crate into his...
It must be mine.
Have a look through the window to see...
Where did
I don't know. I know he...
That's miles away.
No, he must be a few miles down the road.
Curse it. When...
He didn't say could be tonight.
How in...
I told him I'd keep watching, and I'm a man of my word. I shall not budge.
Do you know...
Aye, I hear he lives way out on the...
Have you seen him...
No, not for a long while now that you mention. Why do you ask?
It's a long story, but he invited me here.
Well, I must thank him when I see him, for him...
You flatter me. I'm looking for...
One of those old bear...
Yes. Do you know where it is?
Believe it or not, I haven't set foot on the moors.
Why is...
I've got all I need, right? And we're all truly blessed with the rail...
Your opinion of the rail... I've not met any...
That railway line is the start of a new... There's much to protect here. I hope that some of you visitors will actually...
Why is...
So I have new... Some people here don't... Cyril Farnaby, the miserable old sod.
I've had the... He really dislikes the railway.
Absolutely. I've tried to convince him many times that the station will help you. He just doesn't...
I met him last night in the
Aye. The sea... Blimey. I could go for...
Can I buy you a...
Really?
No. Do you think Mr. Kemp will let me open a tap?
Perhaps. You could always... I shouldn't leave. Mr. Price is relying...
Goodbye.
Don't be...
There's my... Kenneth always ties a red ribbon to it. I can see an envelope tucked... Perhaps it can help explain... I'm going to have to get... Royal Mail. This must be the local... I'm sorry to ask this, Mr. Kemp, but could I please open a tab?
Still not in your purse?
I'm afraid not. My assistant hasn't arrived as planned, so I find he must have put the money in my crate, which is currently being held in Mr. Price's storeroom.
Well, as you know, and I... So yes, are to be settled at the end of...
Of course.
Now then, I'll be needing...
I thought you said you trust...
Aye, it's not personal, lass.
How can I...
Leave me an item of... I'll give it when it will be time.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Will you accept this silver cross pendant as a deposit?
Can I take a closer look at it? Aye, that'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Kemp.
Can I get you something?
Not right now.
As you were.
I found Mr. Thanks to the help of...
Wonderful.
Yes, I did.
Indeed. So, did old Leonard apologize?
Not quite. He wasn't...
What is that?
You tell me. My assistant has...
Oh.
I'm not entirely...
Am I to keep a room for...
If you could hold it for one more night...
As you wish.
What can you tell me?
A most charming man. He looks after us here. A good fellow.
Where does he live?
Panswick Manor. No visitors allowed.
I've decided...
Are you sure that...
What other choice do I have? A feeling he is of... Do you know where I can find the Barrow?
No, I say that...
Goodbye.
See you soon.
There's nothing else. Good day, sir. Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you a...
Really?
Really. We can talk more.
But I told Mr. Price...
Doors have locks for this.
You're right. I shall take you up...
Let us make up...
The rocket weren't Stevenson's only design, you know. Before that, there were the Blucher and the Locomotion. But my favourite would have to be the Lancashire Witch. I believe he built that in 1828, in Newcastle, of course. Well, that...
Wait!
Ta-ra, Miss...
I couldn't even get a word in.
He likes a good chinwag, aye.
He certainly does. Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you?
I suppose one more. I shall take you up.
Let us make...
The rear wheels are power. The boiler. Choo! There were nothing like... Well...
Wait!
Ta-ra, Miss...
Curses. I'm here to excavate Hob... Good day, sir. I better not touch them. They could be poison. I'm not sure if these...
Wally took Myrtle.
Pardon?
He took her. I hate...
Is Myrtle one...
Yes, my favourite. Mummy made her. She's so beautiful. Wally is the worst brother in the whole world.
Why did your brother...
He's just jealous because Daddy is letting me come with him to them. Wally thinks I'm Daddy's favourite, so what if he rips her to... What if he feeds her to Mr. Bryden's girl?
Don't worry, Jane, I'm sure... Where did your brother...
I don't know. Homemade, but I have to wait here for Myrtle's friends to dry out.
Have you heard...
I have.
You have?
We aren't supposed to...
Why not?
Would you like to...
Yes.
I'll tell you where it is if you find...
You will?
Yes, but don't tell anyone about it or I'll be told off. Please find Myrtle.
I will. Where do you live?
Our home is on the other side of the village. Maybe Wally went, or maybe he's left her out on the moor. Poor Mer. I'm going to kick him.
Goodbye.
Bye, miss.
Good day. Jane tells me you've...
And what if I did?
That's a bit mean, don't...
She kicked? Look at this bruise on my leg.
That does look quite bad. Why did she kick?
Because she's a little goblin. You don't know what she can be like. Besides, Myrtle is... I've given her to the fair folk. That'll teach her.
Who are...
The little people of the moors. I gave Myrtle...
Little people? You don't...
We call them fair folk.
Wally, there is no such...
It's true, and I gave them a dog.
Where can I find...
Follow the tinkle of their tiny bells. I hear them when the wind dies. They dance around their little house.
But where is this?
Just listen for the bell. Don't think about bringing... That'll just bring bad luck for us.
What do you know?
I heard he owns the...
Have you met?
No, he lives out, but everyone does what he...
Why's that?
Because he has a lot of money.
Are you sure? I would very...
No.
Goodbye.
Emma, please stop leaving your toys lying about the place. What happened the last time you left your dolly under the
A fox ate it, Madam.
Yes, it did. Fetch it now, won't you?
Yes, Madam. Hello, fairies. Hello. There you are, Josephine. I won't let the foxes eat you.
Who's that you have there, little bit?
Josephine. She introduced me to the fairy.
Oh, fairies, you say?
Yes, Daddy.
Do you believe in fairies?
Of course. Do you see those mushrooms over there?
Yes.
That's the gateway to their kingdom. That's where Josephine and I go to talk to the fairies.
Now, listen to me, Tom.
Yeah?
You're old enough now to hear this. There's no such thing as fairies or talking dolls, my little bird.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, my dear child. I do not wish to upset you. I just want to make sure that you understand the difference between fantasy and reality. Josephine is just a doll, and fairies do not exist.
But, Daddy...
Science is the great antidote to the poison of enthusiasm and superstition. Please always remember that. If you hear anything about fairies or the like again, know that it's hogwash. What is it?
Hogwash. Did Wally bury the doll? This must be Jane's. Perhaps these wriggling worms are the fair folk young Wally was so fearful of. How strange. There is a hairpin pierced through the arm. This may come in handy. At least I shall not return from Bewley empty-handed. I present to you Myrtle.
Myrtle! I missed you so much!
Now,
Hide and seek.
come back! It's in moments like these I thank myself. Hey! Jane? Jane, get out! Don't make me come. Fine. Curses. I was always happiest with a trowel in my hand, uncovering hidden worlds within the earth itself, clod by clod. That should do it. Jane! Jane? Curses. The useless thing blew out. Jane? Jane, come out this... can't see a damn... Good day.
Yes?
My name is...
George, can I help you?
Are you a Bewley neighbour?
Aye, that's where my father's forge.
How is business?
I'm doing honest. There'll always be horses needing You let me know if you need it. I'll do you a favor.
Thank you, miss. Do you know him?
Oh.
Have you seen him?
No.
Do you know where he...
Why all these questions?
I need to speak with him.
Oh, he'll turn up. I've seen him in the plough and...
But do you know where he lives?
I believe he lives somewhere. I can't tell you out.
Thank you. What can you tell?
We don't get many but there's plenty of work for the... Where are you from, then?
I arrived yesterday on the train from London, by way of Derby.
Oh, aye.
What have you heard?
Plenty of factory.
Yes, indeed. The city is...
Too busy for me. I prefer a quieter...
Mr. Crozier...
Sorry, lad. My eyesight is not the extra light. Help.
I understand. When do Mark...
Once or twice. The next one is...
How delightful.
Unless your vice is cabbages.
I don't mind a cab...
Then you're in...
What can you tell me?
His lordship commands much respect. Keeps me busy. Why do you ask?
Just curious. Do you know of a...
There's a fair many barrows. Too many to put... Not a soul in view.
Thanks for your time.
Aye.
Alas, it is not... Good day to you.
I'll do.
What are you up to?
Keeping an eye on that bleeding rail, thankfully.
Really hate that.
Oh, curse me. This is how There's no...
So you...
Any. Almost time to celebrate with...
I could do with...
You paying?
I found Miss...
Why the bleeding hell should I care, lass?
I'm looking for...
Mind your own...
You really are... What do you make...
An idiot. Can you hear my string? Turns the...
Maybe you have... You could...
You're an outside. But Henry, we've had the odd Barney or two in the pub over it all.
I can imagine... Can I buy you a...
Now?
Yes.
Go on.
Follow me.
So then, why is it done? And I say, and he says, because they're both...
Very droll. Well, it's been a...
Aye, half of the... You're not too bad.
Hello.
Good day.
Can I buy you another...
I suppose one more. I shall take...
Let us make our...
To think, blessed...
Idiot! That station is the worst decision this...
Cyril Farnaby, a miserable man with... I will change your mind.
I don't think anyone is... Locked. I need to get inside without... Kenneth taught me this useful trick. A few wiggles and... I've snapped the hairpin in the process, but I managed to unlock the door. Let's open... There's a note in... How very... I wonder what happened. I'd better get this to the alley before Mr... Moving a fully laden crate through the village, somehow no one was there. But I didn't give up, because I am as stubborn as my father, as you liked to remind me.
Wait. Where is my money? It's not in here. Kenneth, you absolute liability of a man. It looks like everything else is in. Picks, specimen, shovels, all my chisels. Ah, it feels light. I'll leave the rest in the crate. Stanley assured. No money and no assist. This is most... Still, I've got a tab at the inn for now. I'll worry about money. I must find that Barrow and... I've managed to extract... Good day.
Hello, mate.
What do you know about...
Not a lot. I know he's in chat.
Does he come to the village?
Not really.
Have you ever been?
Evans, no. Villages aren't.
Why not?
Dunno.
Goodbye.
Bye, mate.
Good day.
Yeah?
I was...
I don't have much to... Paraffin is as rare as hen's teeth. How much coin?
None.
If you're in a bind...
A trade?
Aye.
I noticed your...
Oh, aye. This one is...
Ammonite.
I'm impressed.
From the Jurassic period.
Do you collect them?
My true interest line...
Oh, aye. It's important to remember that we all...
Quite. What can I trade?
Surprise me.
Thanks for your time.
Aye.
Would you trade some of your paraffin for...
Now then, 'tis a bit... I'll take it off your...
Wonderful.
Let me fetch some paraffin. There you are.
Thank... My lantern is fueled and ready for action. Right. Jane. Goodness me. Jane!
Silly, what are you doing in that smelly old badger's hole?
You were in...
No, I weren't.
Yes, you were.
Not true. I was hiding behind that tree over there. I got bored of waiting.
So where can I...
Go north from the church graveyard, up the hill. You'll see some muddy fields on the horizon. That's Mr. Bryden's farm. Hob's Barrow is there. Don't tell any grown-ups I told you. And thanks for getting Myrtle back.
My pleasure. Thank you, Jane. You've been a great... As I trudged through the barren moors, with only the odd sheep for company, I reflected upon my visit to Bewley thus far. The enigmatic Mr. Shoulder and his puzzling disappearance, the townsfolk of Bewley who had made it as difficult as they could for me to find Hobbs Barrow, the suspicion, the wariness in their eyes. Only now I know it was actually fear. In the end, it was the innocence of a child, young Jane, that condemned me to my fate. This is not mine to take.
What do you want?
My name is Thomasina Bateman. Mr. Bryden, I presume?
Aye. What do you want, lass?
I understand Hobbs Barrow is located on your land.
Oh. Well, yes. Why do you ask?
I am an antiquarian, Mr. Bryden. I'm writing a volume on the Barrows of England.
Oh. I suppose you'll be wanting to dig about it.
If at all possible, Mr. Bryden. I was invited to Bewley by Mr. Leonard Shoulder, who told me such an excavation would be possible.
Leonard Shoulder? Ha! I haven't seen him in years. The last I heard he were on death's door. There's to be no more digging there, lass. Not since it went so badly last time.
Was there a previous excavation of Hobbs Barrow?
Aye. My brother dug it up. Must have been, 25 years ago? You see, whatever he found inside, well, it drove him mad.
Oh?
Aye. I moved back here to look after him. Poor bastard hanged himself not long after.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bryden. That's terrible.
Aye. Time passes, but it were an awful thing.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Bryden.
I live here with my wife.
What did your brother...
Samuel were his name.
Sorry, what did Samuel find in the barrow?
I don't know, but something went wrong. Afterward, he could barely speak.
You couldn't make out a word, like.
That must have been hard.
You lost a hand in that excavation too, you know.
Goodness me, how?
I try hard not to speculate on what might have happened, lass. I'd see him disappear into that barrow, dragging timber in with him. You'd hear him hammering away for hours. I offered him help, but he'd have none of it. Soon enough, he blocked the entrance off. To look at it now, you'd never know the thing we dug up. The land has reclaimed it.
Who else was involved in the excavation?
Two others, I believe. Outsiders, perhaps. I can't say for sure. I think they left town pretty swiftly afterwards. I lived in Bakewell at the time. I only moved back here to look after Samuel. I took over the farm when he passed away.
I see. What can you tell me about your farm?
Samuel's fair to side. We're a fortunate family. The soil is fertile here. Crops grow without too much trouble. All the other farmers round here raise livestock, even Lord Panswick. We grow feed for him.
Most fortunate, Mr. Bryden. Is your wife home?
She's out in fields, lass. Pulling weeds. The curse of such fertile soil. 40 years we've been married. I couldn't do it without her, you see.
How splendid.
Aye, my wife is a fine woman. Are you married, lass?
No. I've had my fair share of proposals, Mr. Bryden, but that's not the life for me.
Marriage is an important institution. You'll find a man one day.
I manage rather well without one, Mr. Bryden. You haven't seen Mr. Shoulder for some time?
I hear about him now and then. But it must be a good few years since I set eyes on him.
He hasn't been here to visit Hobbs Barrow?
Not to my knowledge. I heard he's beset by ailments. Don't leave his home often.
How odd. I assumed he'd spoken to you about my visit.
Not at all.
What can you tell me of Lord Panswick?
He keeps us going. Most of our crops go to feed his animals.
What is he like?
Oh, I've hardly laid eyes on him. He sends his workers here to pick up the crops.
I see. You say Mr. Shoulder is at death's door. What exactly ails him?
I'm unsure. It's just what I've heard. I wouldn't want to speculate on matters that are not my business.
Mr. Bryden, may I please have your permission to excavate Hob's Barrow?
No. Have you not been listening, lass? Samuel found something in there that's best left to rot. No digging here, lass.
Wouldn't you like to
Perhaps, but Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. You don't want to tempt the same fate, lass.
Perhaps I can at least see Hob's Barrow.
I suppose you've come a long way to be here, lass.
All the way from London, Mr. Bryden.
Have you any proof of all you've told me?
You wish to see...
I can't let any Tom, Dick or Harry wander around me fields. What proof have you of your claim?
Thanks for your time.
Ta-ra.
Here is proof that Mr. Shoulder invited me to Bewley in order to excavate Hob's Barrow.
Leonard making bold promises, I see. Don't make me regret this, but yes, you can have a look at it.
Thank you.
Any road. Once you've set your eyes on it, you won't be wanting out to do with it. The place gives one a queer feeling.
So where can I find it?
Through that gate to your left. Just head straight across the top to the field there. After 10 minutes or so, you'll see Barrow, set on a hill ahead.
Thank you again, Mr. Bryden. I really do appreciate it. I probably should have brought my umbrella. AR. I haven't a clue what that could be referring to. Someone has carved the letter. Finally, here it is. Hob's Barrow. Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Long Barrow. Yes, this shall make a fine entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder? That smell. Earthy and sweet.
Three. Two. Are you ready for your first excavation?
Yes, Daddy.
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
How exciting!
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck!
Thank you, Daddy.
Finally, here it is. Hob's Barrow. Indeed, a barrow of a most unusual. Rectangular form. I've not seen something like this since West Kennet Longbow. Yes, this shall make a fine entry for my book. What secrets do you conceal, I wonder? That smell.
Three.
I've walked all the way here. I'm not leaving without getting a closer look at Hob's. That smell.
Three, two, one. You can open your eyes now. Come. Are you ready for your first excavation?
Yes, Daddy.
capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
How exciting!
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck!
Thank you, Daddy.
Thomasina, a true archaeologist.
Now I'm ready. No treasures here. Nothing here. Hello. Treasure. Daddy, I found the treasure. Look!
Well done, little bird. Your first successful excavation. That urn you're holding is very old and precious. Take good care of it, all right?
I will, Daddy. I promise.
Darkness falls quickly here. I should make my way back to the inn. I shouldn't disturb. Good evening,
Evening. Thanks again for the fossil, lad. 'Tis truly a beauty.
You're most welcome. How long have you been
Ever since I were a boy. The moors look a barren place, but there are plenty of fossils to be found in the rock formations. All manner of creatures to uncover.
Such a playground for a young lad. What's your favourite piece in your collection?
The ammonite you gave me today, the most recent, is always the...
Indeed.
What about you, lass?
I do. You see, I'm writing a book on the Barrows of England. It shall be called Vestiges of the Antiquities. I document...
But what do you collect?
Pottery, tools and...
Bones too, no doubt.
No, I leave those in place.
You've got a morbid heart, lass. Fussing about in old graves like that.
We're not dissimilar in that we both take an interest in the remains of the long gone.
I suppose you have a point there. How's your book coming along?
Very well, thank you. Though I'm rather keen to begin my chapter on Hobb's Barrow. Thanks for your time.
Aye.
I don't wish to wait. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Henry Longan.
He's a man, drinks.
He certainly does.
I've seen him drink this place dry and still be up to 10. The man can truly...
I found Hobbs.
Oh, remember what I said? There are stories connect...
Yes, stories you won't elaborate. Don't worry about me, Stan. I'm quite capable of...
I have no doubt, but...
I've come this far. There's no turning back now.
That's precisely...
Goodbye.
See you soon.
Good evening.
What are you gonna do?
If he thinks he can take her away from here, he's got another thing coming. I am gonna knock his bloody block off. In fact, I can... Oi, what do you want? Piss off!
You are...
Charming. The sun has set and... Time for bed. Tomorrow I shall convince Mr. Bryden to allow me to begin my excavation.
Miss Bateman. How are you?
Tired.
Can I buy you a drink?
One won't hurt.
Excellent. I feel bad about what happened last night. I'm sorry I can't remember it.
That's all right, Mr. Tillett. Alcohol can do all sorts of damage to one's memory.
I was thinking that maybe if we had another drink tonight, I might remember. But worth.
I don't need any further
Take your seat, Miss Bateman. I shall return with the goods.
To Leonard Shoulder.
Wherever he may be. I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yes?
Why did Leonard Shoulder ask you to dig up Hobbs Barrow?
Despite his disappearing act the previous evening, not to mention his questionable sobriety, I decided Mr. Tillett was to be my ally. I spoke again of Mr. Shoulder's letter, his proposed excavation, and my status as an antiquarian and barrow digger. He was fascinated and quite excited at the prospect of meeting the soon-to-be author of a real-life book.
You must find all manner of riches on your digs.
Barrow digging is not all success, Mr. Tillett. Often I'll come across the likeliest of sites steeped in promise. We set to work with shovel and pick and all the other barrow opening paraphernalia you can imagine. Every stone carefully taken down, every shovel full of earth put dutifully through the sieve. And we find nothing. Or you may find a miserable remnant of animal bone or a shard of pottery hardly to be recognised from the peat in which it decayed. Sometimes it's as if some Neolithic humorist prepared an elaborate practical joke for your special benefit.
It still sounds much more exciting than spending your days sitting in England's most remote railway station.
Are you all right, Mr. Tillett?
I've had another argument with Agnes.
Your wife?
Aye. She didn't want me coming to the plough tonight. Truth is, I've been drinking my life away since my mother passed.
Oh, that's terrible. I'm sorry for your loss.
You're kind, Miss Bateman. Thank you. It's been a year since the old girl left us. She had a horrible end. Wasting away, day by day. Consumption got her. She was naught but bones by the end. I can't get the image out of my mind. She were everything to me.
I'm so sorry.
I apologise for going on, Miss Bateman. It's not appropriate.
Don't worry, Mr. Tillett. I appreciate your openness.
Used to love going for walks out in the moor, my mother and I, ever since I were a little one. She'd get a tear in her eye as she looked out upon it. She loved this land. I asked Mr. Crozier to build a bench, which we've erected at her favourite lookout spot on the moors. Margaret's Lookout, we called it. Aye.
That's a beautiful tribute.
Aye. If you take a seat there, do keep her in your thoughts, won't you?
Of course, Mr. Tillett. I can relate in some manner. My father had an accident when I was very young. He's still alive, but he can neither move nor speak. He spends his entire life bedbound and incapable of communicating or looking after himself in any way.
How dreadful.
He was a barrow digger himself, an antiquarian of some renown. He taught me so much, even though I was so young. I think writing this book is my way of carrying on his work. It helps me reclaim those earlier memories of him. And I visit him often to tell him all about my excavations.
Can he hear you?
I've no idea. The doctors aren't sure. I'd do anything to make him better, Mr. Tillett. I'd do anything to bring him back to the man he was. I am in a state of suspended mourning for a man caught between life and death.
Dreadful. Just dreadful.
We all have our weaknesses. Mine just happens to be my father.
And what of your mother?
A cold woman. We haven't talked in quite some time. I think she blamed me for my father's accident somehow.
You were but a child.
Indeed. She thus saw it fit that a governess should raise me as she spent her life grieving for my father.
Well then, I propose a toast.
A toast to what?
A shared sense of loss.
I'll toast to that, Arthur. Now then, enough of this wallowing.
Let us be merry. Another round.
I really shouldn't. But I did. And another after that. And another. The frustrations of my visit to Bewley slipped away with each swill of Stanley's finest ale. We had great fun that night, Mr. Tillett and I. I treasure the memory.
Go on then. Let's hear those pipes.
Mustn't.
Sing the song.
You're incorrigible.
Please. You'll make a sad man happy.
Oh. Clasps, celts, and arrowheads I'll try to claw within my clutch, and if a shield I should espy, I'll vow there ne'er was such.
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull!
Hello, Thomasina.
What is this? Who are you?
I'm the one that saved your father.
What do you mean?
You were here 25 years ago.
My father?
You were deep down with the others. You were there when something went wrong. I dragged him out.
Impossible.
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
I don't understand.
Believe my words. You'll find proof in morning. Now go. One more thing. This is not a dream.
Goodness, that was a terrible sleep. What's this? There's a strange stone strapped to the cover. It appears to be a journal, full of hogwash. I don't recognise the handwriting. Maybe Stanley knows more about it.
Good morning. How's your head, Miss Bateman? That were quite the tune you treated us to last night.
To be honest, Stanley, I've felt better. I take it you slid this journal under my door?
I beg your pardon?
The journal, Stanley.
I certainly did no such thing. Nor could have anyone else. You're the only guest staying here.
What's the meaning of all this? Do you propose that it manifested itself out of thin air?
Well,
Objects do not appear from nowhere. You must have put it there.
Miss Bateman, I've never even seen this book before.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand how else it could have got there. Are you sure there was...
Without doubt.
How very...
So, what does it...
Take a look.
Well, I can't make head nor tail of it.
Neither can I.
Maybe someone else in the village can help you with it.
What do you make of this stone?
That's a funny-looking thing. It's got a cockerel on it.
Yes, but have you seen anything like it?
Never.
Do you ever have strange dreams, Stanley?
Me? I sleep as sound as...
I had one such dream last... It was so...
What were it about?
I was at Hob's Barrow.
Oh?
But every great peak soared. And there was...
A creature?
Yes. A short, eyes as black as... It told me that my father had been there in Hob, but something went wrong. And the creature... It said that I would find proof in the morning.
Oh, the germ... You've had a premonition.
Please, Stanley, I've no time for... But I'll admit it's a strange coincidence.
Now, what did I tell you?
That I should leave it alone?
Aye.
Hogwash.
Your dream reminds me of a story from my childhood. An old...
What is this folk tale?
Well, when I were a wee boy, there were talk of a goblin. They say he lived inside Hob's Barrow, hence the name, Hob's Barrow. Hob, coming from hobgoblin, of course. Unfortunately, I don't remember it.
I was told not to believe in such fairy tales.
Don't close your mind to such things, lass. I'm sure Mr. Shoulder will tell you more.
Perhaps, if I ever meet him. Goodbye.
See you soon.
Good morning, Mr. Kemp.
Good day, Miss Tompkins.
I'm here for his lordship's paper.
Sorry, lass. Mr. Price hasn't dropped them off this morning. I heard he actually left the village yesterday.
Indeed. I can vouch for that.
Ma'am?
Good day.
Oh dear, his lordship won't be pleased.
My sincerest apologies, Miss Tompkins.
I'll come back in ta-ra.
Goodbye.
Goodness me.
Be careful, Miss Bateman. I spent all morning trying to get that bloody thing out. I shall be having words with that scoundrel next time he shows his face.
Curses.
We have our very own... It's all yours if you can pull it out, King Arthur.
I do not wish to die. Right. I need to convince Mr. Bryden to let me excavate Hobbs' Barrow. And find out where this journal came from. Good day.
I'm still setting up my store.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good morning, Father Roach.
Ah, Miss Bateman. What a pleasure to see you again. Have you tracked down Mr. Shoulder yet?
Don't get me started.
I'll take that as a no.
Indeed. Do you recognize this journal?
What a tatty old thing. You ought to take better care of your possessions, Miss Bateman.
It's not mine.
Then whose is it?
That's precisely what I'm trying to find out.
I'm afraid I can't help you. I haven't seen it before.
What do you make of this stone?
I don't recognize the symbol from any Christian iconography. Did you make it yourself?
No, never mind. What brings you to the square today?
I'm meeting a couple of young congregation members to go over some scripture. You're welcome to join us.
Thank you, Father Roach, but I have quite a busy day ahead of me.
We will be at St. Edmund's, should you wish to join us later.
What do you know of Lord Panswick?
Oh, yes. A rather important fellow around here. His vast land holdings give many a steady employment.
I hear he is renovating an old chapel on his land.
Aye, I've heard such reports. He believes this to be a godless land. Something I wholeheartedly disagree with. To which god his chapel will be dedicated to remains a matter of concern.
Why do you say that?
Oh, my apologies. Don't listen to my oafish conjecture. Let us move on.
Thanks for your...
Lord be...
Thomasina!
Good morning, Arthur.
You look a bit addled. Are you feeling all right?
I am not used to drinking as much as we did.
Aye, my head is pounding.
To tell you the truth, Arthur, I've had a somewhat puzzling morning.
Oh?
Someone slipped this journal under the door of my room.
Whose journal is it?
I have no idea. The text refers to some sort of excavation.
Stanley must be playing tricks on you.
He swore his innocence. I thought perhaps you might have done it?
No, it wasn't me. That's for certain. Somehow I have a clear memory of last night.
I wonder who left me this journal then.
Mind if I take a closer look?
Please go ahead.
The writings of a madman.
I don't disagree. Did the sketches mean anything to you?
No, not at all. But they turned me You might want to show this to Mother Mildred.
Who is Mother Mildred?
Some think her a witch.
A witch?
Aye. She might be able to help you with the symbols.
Where can I find her?
She lives alone in a little cottage within Herne Wood here. You shouldn't have too much trouble finding her.
Thanks, Arthur.
You're welcome.
What do you make of...
It's a good shape for skimming across water. What is it?
I'm not sure. It was strapped to the cover of the journal.
How mysterious.
I had a...
Aye. I even remember... Thanks for... I really appreciate it.
The feeling is mutual. Shouldn't you be manning...
The line is down. Track damage between Bewley and Bakewell. No trains for a day or more.
Does that mean I'm stranded here?
For the time being, Thomasina.
Capital. Why do people... Just because a woman lives alone in the woods doesn't mean she flies about on a...
There's more to it, they say. She...
Who are...
Oh, you know.
Hogwash.
Some also go to her for potions.
Spells?
Truth be told, she's a nice old... I sometimes see her foraging in the brambles around here.
Will she burn at the stake sometime soon?
You might think us backward in Bewley, Thomasina.
Sorry, Arthur. Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Hello, dear.
Good day.
Thomasina, dear, come say goodbye to your father. Come on now, don't make him wait.
I don't want to.
Aren't you going to miss me?
I hate you, Daddy.
Those are strong words for such a little lady.
I want to come with you.
We've been through this, little bird. You can't come with me this time, but we'll go to Seaborough next month. I promise. Oh, what a dig that shall be.
I hate you.
Well, I love you. See you soon, little bird.
I feel there's more information I...
Hello, dear.
Good day. The delicate flowers.
Thomasina, dear, come say goodbye to your father. Come on now.
I don't...
Aren't you going to miss me?
I hate you, Daddy!
Those are strong words for such a little lady.
I want to come with you.
We've been through this, little bird. You can't come with me this time. But we'll go to... Oh,
I hate you!
well, I love you. See you soon.
The resin has set somewhat. It's firmly gripped to the stump. I've collected some waxy resin. Please, forgive my intrusion. Are you Mother Mildred?
Some call me that. I prefer Mildred Walker, given as that's my name.
Apologies. Thomasina Bateman. I think we met at Bewley Station.
I take it Panswick's men have cleared off. Good riddance. Those ruffians would cut their own noses off if he asked them to. I recognised you the moment I laid eyes on you at the station.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, yeah, it's quite a striking family resemblance. You have your father's eyes, Miss Bateman.
You knew my father?
Such piercing blue eyes he had. What a handsome young man. William.
He was here, in Bewley.
Oh, yes. A long time ago, mind. 25 years by my reckoning. But I'll never forget those eyes.
Why was my father in Bewley?
He were helping Samuel Bryden excavate Hob's Barrow.
You must be jesting.
Do I look like I'm jesting?
How did you come to meet my...
One might say I have a reputation in these parts. Folks from all around come to me for help with their ailments. Fernwood is abundant with flora that, if mixed correctly, will cure almost any ill. Your father must have caught wind of this, as one day he came to me, asking for a cure.
A cure for what?
Your mother were with child, and she was suffering the most terrible nausea.
Adam.
I made something to help her.
The journal. This was entered in the journal. It belongs to my father.
What journal?
Take a look at this. A passage recalls meeting a local wise woman to seek a tincture for his beloved's nausea gravidarum.
Aye, that's me. I made the tincture for him.
This is incredible.
You don't recognise your own father's handwriting?
It's been so many years since I've seen it. What do you make of this stone?
I-A-W. I haven't a clue. Perhaps it's an old folk trinket, or a talisman of some kind. The moors are steeped in folklore.
What can you tell me about the excavation?
Well, not much. I only met your father twice. The last time he asked me if I knew anything about binding magic.
Binding magic?
He said he needed it for the excavation.
Hogwash. My father is a man of logic and reason. Why would he be asking about such nonsense?
Perhaps you don't know him as well as you think you do. Anyway, I know nothing of magic and told him so. He seemed disappointed. I never saw him again, but I understand the excavation went ahead. Samuel Bryden hanged himself not long after. Reason enough for you to stay well clear of that place.
You never saw my father again after the excavation?
No, I always assumed he just went home.
Who excavated Hobbs Barrow alongside Samuel Bryden and my father?
From memory, it were just the two of them.
What do you think my father meant?
I've no idea. He didn't explain more and I didn't wish to pry.
This just doesn't sound like...
You'll have to ask him yourself.
I'm afraid my father has been incapacitated since I was a child. He cannot speak nor move.
Terrible. Oh, I'm sorry.
You said that the flora here could cure almost any ill.
Almost, my dear. But your father's affliction sounds beyond my abilities.
The landlord of the Plough and Furrow told me about a folk tale associated with Hobbs Barrow. Something about a goblin. Are you familiar with...
No doubt there is such a tale. Name any beastie you can think of and someone round here will have a story about it.
My thoughts precisely. Charles Bryden mentioned there was a third man involved in the excavation.
Is that so? Well, you'd best ask him about it. He knows more than I do.
Can you tell me anything about Leonard Shoulder?
I know of him, as is the nature of such a small town. I also know he invited you here.
Little escapes you, Miss Walker.
So there's... My path rarely crosses with his, but he's a nice enough.
I see. Do you know Lord Panswick?
I know his labourers make a mess of these woods. The man himself hasn't graced me with his presence.
You've never met him?
Not since he were a wee lad. A maid brought him to me with a sore stomach. It were all the rich food they were feeding him. Nowt more.
Thank you for your help, Miss Walker. What are those berries you're picking?
An ancient breed, no good for eating. However, they do have some medicinal qualities.
I see. I shouldn't enter
Miss Bateman?
Yes?
Remember what I told you when we first met? You're better off waiting for the next train back to the city.
Why?
Something terrible happened to Samuel Bryden in that barrow. Whatever they found down there, I'd wager it got to your father too. Tell me you won't disturb Hobbs Barrow.
I can't make that promise.
Can't say I didn't warn you. There is something unnatural about that place.
We must seek to understand the world by rational means, Miss. One cannot abandon reason.
Thomasina! Thomasina, come here.
I'm playing with...
She can wait. This is very
What is it, Mummy?
It's your father.
Daddy's home?
No, my dear. I must go to Bakewell with haste. Miss Bowes will look after you whilst I'm gone. Is that clear?
Where's Daddy?
He's had an accident.
What happened?
He's come off his horse.
Silly Daddy. Will he be all...
Of course he will be fine. Your father is as strong as an ox, but I need to go collect him, all right?
Can't I come too?
No, dear. Miss Bowes will look after you.
But I want to come.
Go pick up your dolls, then come inside.
Yes, Mummy. Josephine, it's time to go inside now. Where did...
I helped him then, and I can help him again.
Arthur, you won't believe it. The journal belongs to my father. He was here in Bewley. Arthur? Hello?
Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to remember something.
What is it?
I'm not sure. Something in the woods. It will come back to me. You say your father were in Bewley?
Yes! Mildred said that he helped Samuel Bryden excavate Hobbs Barrow 25 years ago.
Well, I'll be. Let's talk about it tonight at the plough.
Arthur, I was at Hobbs Barrow and there was it told me it saved my father from something inside and that I would find proof of this. Sure enough, when I awoke, Mildred confirmed the journal belonged to my father. The creature told me it could help it was merely... I don't know what... Arthur? Arthur, are you listening? Fine then, I hope you piece together... He is staring intently. Hey, boy. Hello? Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Did you see a young girl with blonde hair pass by here?
No, lass. There you are. Are you Thomasina Bateman?
That's my name.
How marvellous. It's me, Leonard Shoulder.
Heavens! I'd given up on finding you.
Please take a seat, Miss Bateman. We have much to discuss.
You've proven to be quite the enigma, Mr. Shoulder.
I'm mortified. I offer you 1,000 apologies. You see, I've been bound to me bed these past few days with a terrible fever.
How dreadful. I take it you're feeling better now?
Aye. I were on me way to find you when I stopped here to catch me breath. I've not much go in me these days.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I were worried you'd have given up on me and left town.
I had no idea what had become of you, Mr. Shoulder. I spent a good amount of time pounding on your front door.
I'm embarrassed. I really am. I've been doing my best to sleep through the fever. I am so very sorry. Please accept me.
Fine. I've come all this way. Let us speak of the business at hand.
Marvelous.
I've just learned that my father was part of a previous excavation of Hob's Barrow some 25 years ago. Why didn't you mention this in your letter?
What? Where did you hear that?
I have my means.
I swear, Miss Bateman, I had
I take it you will also deny delivering me my father's journal?
I'm confused. What journal?
My father's journal was slipped under my door at the Plough and Furrow. It wasn't you who did this?
I've been bound to me bed, lass. What an extraordinary coincidence. You are following in your father's footsteps.
It would seem so, Mr. Shoulder. Why did you invite me to excavate Hob's Barrow?
I've always been curious about the colourful folklore surrounding the place. My father told me all sorts of stories about it when I was a wee fellow. Stories that some folk around here take a little too seriously, especially after those lads entered the Barrow a while back.
How did you know?
I saw your interview in the Bakewell Times. A young lady travelling about the land, digging up barrows. Perfect for the job.
But why do you wish to excavate the Barrow?
I want to see what those lads found in there. My curiosity has grown over the years. Now it is time for the mystery to be solved.
I must say I am rather eager to find out what's in there myself. I've managed to find Hob's Barrow, but Mr. Bryden is yet to give me permission to excavate.
Is that so? Keep trying. He'll relent eventually.
Perhaps you could have...
Oh, no. A lovely young lass such as yourself has a better chance of changing his...
You told me in your letter there would be no issue.
I didn't foresee any when I wrote to you. I'm sorry this has been more complicated. Don't give up yet, Miss Bateman.
Did you know my father?
I don't believe so.
William Bateman. He was in Bewley for at least a few days, from my understanding.
I'm sorry, lass. The name doesn't ring a bell.
Are you sure you had no idea of my...
I'm quite a most fascinating coincidence, but...
I'm starting to wonder if it's more than mere coincidence.
Miss Bateman, I did not...
None of the sort. What can you tell me about the...
Oh, it were 25 years ago, or that. Back then, Bewley were undergoing a period of great strife. Samuel Bryden hadn't harvested a single crop. Even Hernwood was sick. Berries went to rot almost as folks started to believe the ground were blighted. Disease spread through the livestock too. People were going hungry, a panic set in.
That sounds terrible.
Aye, but I managed to keep these things happen in nature. But the blame for it all fell on it. Were long said that a goblin made his... A rumour took root that the goblin were not best pleased with the villagers. In revenge for some unperceived slight, the goblin placed a curse. The villagers believed that ridding the Barrow of its lodger would put an...
Hogwarts. My father would have paid no heed to...
Whether it were his intent to join the excavation when coming here, but whatever it were that Samuel Bryden and those lads did inside that barrow, the crops started to grow back, and health returned to the livestock. Bewley were no longer in the grip of dark forces. You must understand, for they don't want you disturbing whatever it were those lads did. As far as the villagers are concerned, the problem were fixed. The thought of another excavation must be conjuring panic that you'll undo whatever it were they did.
This does explain a lot.
And it's also why I'd venture nobody around here wants you to touch the place.
Except for...
I want to know.
Surely you don't believe these tales of goblins and...
Not that, however, I suspect those, but did it have any connection to failing crops and dying lives? No. I can assure you there's nothing to fear. Coincidence reigns supreme.
So what do you think they...
That is for us to decide.
Who was the third man who joined...
I'm afraid, although I'd heard about the excavation and I were intrigued by it, I mostly stayed at home. The atmosphere in the village was rather too tense for me liking. And besides, the excavation were undertaken with an air of mystery about it.
Tell me more of this folklore you mention.
It is said everyone in Bewley has some version, but the version my father told me as a child, the goblin were deemed to be the guardian.
Tell me more about...
Some said he were a mischievous little mite, snatching newborn Others said he were friendly, the latter of which makes it all the more surprising. My father's stories put the goblin in the mischief. Saxnot, he called the creature. I recall one such anecdote, that Saxnot entered Bewley and ordered a pair of boots. However, when collecting them, he insisted on paying for them. The cobbler was so scared of angering the...
A colourful tale in... Has any explanation been offered for why...
Your guess is...
What is a...
A place where one can walk between worlds, where the flesh meets the spirit world. Just superstition.
I met a creature. It told me I'll admit the coincidence of...
A remarkable coincidence.
But there is still... The goblin told me proof of its claims. Surely enough, I awoke...
Very cool.
Mr. Shoulder, you invited me here, to a town I'd never heard of, only for me to... And not only that, but that he was also embroiled in some sort of something. This must be more...
It's strange, but please remember who you...
This is my father.
Incredible. Can I look?
You may.
Look at these drawings. Wonder what it all means.
You and I, but it all feels very out of character for my...
I'm sure you'll find the answers beneath...
What do you make of this strange...
The carving of a cockerel?
Yes, it was strapped to my father's journal. Do you think it could have something to do with the previous excavation?
Possibly, though I'm not aware of the motif having any meaning around these parts.
Is this your glove?
I've been looking all... Where did you find...
In the alley behind the plough and furrow on the night of my arrival. Were you there?
As I say, I've been bed...
How odd.
Can I please?
Here.
Thank you. We're peas of the same... I knew you wouldn't be frightened by a few old stories. It will be interesting to see what those lads found in there.
Certainly.
Thank you so very much for responding to my letter and for coming in. We have some great discoveries to make, you... And a chance to... Right, time for me to take me a spot of the plough. I'll be there all night should you need me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry again for giving... I promise I am not beyond redemption. See you soon.
I was starting to wonder if Mr. Shoulder even existed. The day was starting to test me. The word coincidence felt insufficient to explain what was happening. It was after that first conversation with Leonard Shoulder that I started entertaining thoughts of a truly irrational nature. What if my dream wasn't just a dream? What if it was all more than simple coincidence? What if that thing really could help my father? Good day, little one. Hello? What's this? A fiddle? There's no string. My name is Thomasina. What's yours? Don't be shy. I don't mean you any harm. What are you doing out here?
Do you live? Would you like me to fix your bow so you can play your fiddle again? Yes? Hey! Most peculiar. Perhaps I can mend the bow for her. If memories of my childhood violin lessons serve me right, but the strings don't vibrate. What a peculiar... I can't...
Mummy?
Get away from the fire.
What are you burning?
Nothing. Just wait. Now go in.
Abrax. Mummy?
Waste. Burn it.
Good day, Mr.
Miss?
I'll
stop you there. I know what you're going to... No, I haven't. There'll be no digging here, lass.
Mr. Bryden, there has been an astonishing development.
Yes?
My father was with your brother during the
Oh.
Yes, I had no idea.
The answer's still... I saw what happened to Pull. I won't risk the same happening to anyone.
But...
That's enough. You can feast your eyes on that hovel to your heart's content, but there'll be no digging.
What do you make of this stone, Mr. Bryden? It was strapped to my father.
Wait a minute. Let me see that. By God. Wait here a moment. I need to get something from inside.
I waited for what felt like an age, and I realised that Mr. Bryden must have been in a great debate with himself, wondering whether or not to share his own piece of the mystery with me. The goat stared at me, seemingly in pity, as I stood there in that rolling fog. Finally, Mr. Bryden emerged.
Now then, as far as I know, what I have here is the only thing that Samuel brought back from Barrow. Take a look.
Incredible! A pear!
That's been in my drawer ever since Samuel passed. I suppose it might be important, so I kept it safe. Fate is clearly playing a part in your arrival, lass.
Please, Mr. Bryden, allow a place that is no more than dirt and...
You're not gonna give up, are you, lass?
I'm not.
Samuel managed to say one thing about those men that helped him. I think it's time I tell you.
Yes?
He stuttered out that one of those fellows could barely walk after they got out of there. Tongue-tied too, the man were.
My father...
You what?
My father. He had an accident around 25 years ago that left him bedbound and unable to talk.
Aye, could be him.
My mother told me it happened in a horse-riding accident.
Samuel boarded up that barrow for a reason. Something unnatural occurred, I know it.
Mr. Bryden, we must rely on our rational faculties to explain any...
Promise me, any sign of trouble, leave without hesitation and we board that accursed place up again. Understood?
Wait. You're giving me...
Aye. I don't have the energy to stop you, lass.
Thank you so much.
Don't make me take Samuel's stuff.
Are you sure?
Aye.
I promise. I'll be sure to show you my discoveries, Mr.
I'd rather you'd... Now then. I've got...
I don't suppose you can spare any labour to...
Don't push your luck. Market's on today. Plenty of it around.
And like that, I finally had permission to excavate Hob's Barrow. As exciting as that was, I was distracted by what Mr. Bryden said of his brother's associate. There was no doubt in my mind that father was the stricken man he spoke of. You told me he was crippled after coming off his horse. Why did you lie to me? To protect me, to stop me from following in his footsteps. You failed, and so did Charles Bryden. He should have said no. He should have never given me that stone.
Good day.
I'm still setting up this...
Oh, I'm sorry. This appears to be a There may be a barrow dig. I can walk through. Good day.
Hey up.
Look at this, it's my...
Oh, why are you sure?
Did you slip it under my...
Have you got... Why would I have your...
Never mind. Did the sketches in...
Looks like a load of rubbish.
I found out my father, William Bateman...
I would have been... What were you here for?
That's what I... What do you...
Don't look like out...
Are you familiar...
Oh, the old cobbler used to tell me... Swore he sold a pair of boots to a goblin when he were...
I take it this cobbler was a regular...
Never drank a day sober. Have you been to the Devil's Toe?
Yes,
Some say they've seen the goblin's daughter there.
How peculiar. She gave me this
Well, you've experienced the local...
Do you know...
I don't have the time to be standing here.
Apology. I'm having... Might I borrow a pair...
A knife, you say?
That's very kind of you.
Think nothing of it. Here you are.
Thank you so... Does the name...
Never heard of it.
Thanks for your...
Aye.
This must belong... They certainly don't... Horsehair would make fun... She almost... I don't wish to wait... Nobody home. The road disappears over the horizon.
I'm still...
Oh, I'm sorry.
Joe, perhaps you've...
Don't you start and all! Hands off me, sugar!
I think this is supposed to be for all the pay.
I said,
Come on, Joe.
ha! This place.
Hello?
Oh, aye, she's back. Can't a man's. There's nought for you.
Horrible man. How many more sugar cubes is he going to? He'll have no teeth left by the end. Hello again. Mr.
I'm so... When?
Tomorrow, but first I need to recruit some It's too much work for me.
I see. Bewley has its fair share of strapping young...
Tell me about your...
I'm sure the locals...
You cut quite the mysterious...
It's true. When one gets to my age, I like the...
I take it you don't get many visitors.
Oh no, that's the Just me. I used to come into Bewley more often. Back before my health went to bugger, eh?
What else can you...
Try not to worry yourself. Leave those to look.
Have others spoken of goblins?
A dream is a dream.
I know.
But to answer your...
What do you think?
Whilst one could consider the village, the market's in town today.
Is there any...
No, lass, I'm certain
I hope... What else can you...
I think I covered as you...
What was it like?
I kept to myself. My hens stayed healthy and if one can keep a level...
Indeed. Is there anything else I should know? Other ghouls I should be...
You know the corruption in that soil.
What do you make...
His lordship is an important man in His family has commanded much respect.
Do you respect...
I do. Without his influence, the railway line...
Does he want...
Aye. I believe he has great ambitions for Bewley and wants to share them with the world.
What do you make...
Who?
I believe she's also...
Oh, our pals have not...
What do you think...
He is a It must have been hard for him after that terrible business with his brother.
Without a doubt. I must say I had assumed you had at least spoken to him about my visit.
Sorry, lass, I had no... Again.
If you don't mind me...
Oh, getting off this bench will be a small... Something you won't need to worry about for many a year, Miss Bateman.
Growing old is a And what of your recent...
An ordeal it was, but don't worry.
What a law...
He's rebuilding an old chapel on his...
But what of Sent... I think Father Roach might argue God...
Indeed. Let's...
Thank...
Aye, miss. I'm looking...
You found?
Yes. I've had some...
Oh?
Quite the...
Remarkable.
Do you recall my father?
I'm afraid not. Those were my droving days, you see. I didn't spend much time in Bewley. But
What do you know of...
I'll tell you.
How's...
She... Do remind her next time you see her, won't you?
I'd rather not get involved if you... Who is Miss Tompkins?
A housemaid. She comes by to pick up his lordship's weekly...
I'm surprised newspapers are...
Aye. His lordship...
Lord Pan...
Aye.
What sort of...
His lordship's affairs are...
Does the name...
No.
Goodbye.
See you...
Hello there.
Yes?
My name...
Ted?
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise.
Are you alone?
Oh no, I'm just passing. I'm a musician. Just myself, me guitar and me horse.
Are you a travelling...
Aye, I've been playing a new song tonight.
What's it about?
You'll have to come.
Is that your...
Aye, Thistlecrack is her name.
That's an unusual name.
Aye, it were what she were called when I bought her. Glutton would be a better name. She likes her treats. But it feels wrong.
What do you make of Bewley?
Can't say that I know much. I don't usually travel this far south.
I see. Have you...
Can't say... What is it?
Never mind. Thank you for...
Make sure you watch my performance...
I'll try. I don't need to use the...
I don't think any... Mr. Long mustn't be in. I don't need to go in there. Here, girl. Eat this. Good girl. Hopefully that's gained some... I've managed to cut off. There we are. This should make sufficient bowstring now. Good day.
I'm still...
Oh, I'm sorry. It's locked. I have nothing else to... I believe...
Miss Thomasina Bates.
My reputation...
I can assure you.
And you...
Jane.
Are you...
You see this beck? Look at the water. I seek one spot on which my eyes can rest, be it a stone. I meet it with my gaze, and out of the tumbling and falling, I see...
You certainly have the eloquence. What do you pay...
A new world.
Quite the
Indeed. My ambition...
Can I see it?
Not yet. In such a world...
You flattered me.
Nonsense. Say you'll let me paint.
Why not?
Mag, you shall be the
I don't really have the time.
Don't fret. When the time comes...
Capital. What do you make...
It looks antique. You might want to keep a hope.
Do you know of...
I'd like to know more about you. What time do you like to ride? How do you like it? What make...
Well,
With your...
No, I'm currently...
Such a view should be shared with it.
Do you deem yourself fit for this?
Indubitably. But do go on.
Hot. With just a...
No sugar, of...
No sugar.
It rots the teeth. Your smile is as dazzling as the...
Oh, Jane.
And finally...
Spending time with my father.
I should like to meet him.
Perhaps you will. And you, Jane. I propose the same quick.
All in good time. My truths will surround you.
Do you know...
A man of beauty.
Yes.
I care not. Only for the...
What do you know?
A fine gentleman.
Do you know him personally?
No, I don't think anyone can really claim that. But what a tiring subject.
Goodbye.
See you soon.
The water is... I don't think anyone... I've no time for... Hello, Wally.
Go away! You gave the door back to my sister.
It wasn't very nice of you to bury her favourite toy, Wally.
I gave it to the fair folk, and you stole it back.
You don't really believe... You're old enough to know...
There, and thanks to you...
There's no such thing as curses.
Go away!
This is where I dug up Jane. This is where I... You're coming with me, little... I shall name you. I've already taken... Easy. I'm not fond of goats at the best of times. This is not... Hello? Is anyone... What a peculiar... I can't... No sign of it. Good day.
Freshly picked apples, miss. Would you like to try one on the outside?
Yes, please.
Here you are, miss.
The apple looks somewhat rotten. Good day.
How did you...
I'm afraid it is rotten.
Hey up. Don't you be going around telling folk I'm handing out.
Good day.
Fresh
What have you got for sale?
I'm selling meat, vegetables. You're welcome to have...
I'll be sure to brag. Goodbye.
Ta-ra, miss.
Can I interest you in the finest mutton in all the twopence each?
No, thank you.
You're missing out.
Hello, Miss Tompkins.
Hello.
We weren't introduced earlier.
Ma'am?
How do you fare, Miss...
I'm waiting for Mr. Ambrose.
Who's that?
The milk... Miss Fenchurch will be ever so cross if I've no milk for his lordship.
I'm afraid I haven't seen... You are in the...
Aye, he employs Arthur Bewley in one way or another.
I'm in need of some... Do you think his lordship could
Medic?
Might you introduce...
Sorry, Ma'am, but his lordship doesn't... Any road. I must wait here for me. Miss Fenchurch will be ever so cross if I've known...
If Mr. Ambrose doesn't turn up, and I find you some milk...
His lordship really doesn't...
I'll take the rip.
Miss Fenchurch will be but she'll be even crosser if I...
So do...
Aye, bring me some milk, and I'll take you to...
Thank you.
But hopefully, Miss...
Have you been waiting?
Aye, he should have been here. He's here every market. He sells only the freshest milk. I hope Miss Fortune hasn't befallen...
I'm sure he will turn up.
Oh.
Are you familiar?
What's that?
Never mind.
What do you...
Oh. Why?
I don't know.
Who is...
His lordship's house.
I'll let you know if I find...
Thank you, ma'am. But tell me if you see...
I will.
What do you want?
Do you have any fresh...
If you can get any milk out of old Eunice, you're welcome to...
You?
Me go. Good luck.
All right. We are doing this. I don't know what's happening to me. All this superstitious nonsense must be getting to my head. I'm not going near that thing again.
Well...
I tried.
Perhaps
you could...
I'd like to help you, lass, but I've worked myself too hard this... I couldn't bend down to...
Is there anything I can do to...
My wife would say I'm beyond any help. But if you know of any remedies for aching joints...
See what I can do, miss...
I'm going to rest for a while. Ta-ra now.
Daddy, I have something for you. I do hope you remember it. I've taken great care of it. I'll fetch it for you now, all right? Daddy, you must remember this, the day that started it all. It's the red urn you buried in the garden for me. My first ever excavation. Mother took away all the knickknacks that used to sit on the... The pot might look nicer a little closer to the light anyway. Perfect. It will catch the light from your... There. I'm going to become a great Barrow. I hope the pot reminds you of those adventures we had together when I was a child, and how thankful I am for everything you've taught me. Now I must tell you about my visit to Pallinghurst. I found an arrowhead. Good day.
Yes?
Do you know of any remedies for aching joints?
You're too young to be suffering from this, surely.
It's for someone else, Mr. Bryden.
Yes. I know just the poultice.
Capital. May I have...
Well, I don't have the ingredients.
What do you need to make it?
It's a simple blend made of natural elements, elderflower and flirtwort. I can make the poultice for you if you bring me these things, and it just needs to be applied directly to the joints. That should ease his burden.
Thank you. Where can I find...
Flirtwort is not commonly found around Bewley. It's a perennial shrub that bears small white flowers. You might find some growing out on moors if you're lucky.
Thank you. Where can I...
Flirtwort, it's a perennial... You might...
Thank you. Where can I...
There used to be quite a few elder plants growing here in Herne Wood. Nowadays, you might find the shrub growing within a hedgerow or a private garden.
I see. What is elderflower?
Elderflowers are small, white, and grow in clumps on the elder shrubs can grow in all shapes and sizes.
Do you have any...
No, so...
Not to worry. Farewell. This looks like it might... I'll take some.
Excuse me, Miss, but while we're here, Mrs. Duplancy has told me you were making inquiry. Please don't go. She has a lot on her hands. Doesn't need to worry about me on top of it all. My health, speak no more of it to Mrs. Duplancy. Do I make...
I didn't wish to intrude upon private... I won't do it again, Father Roach.
Excellent. Now, farewell. God, which work is that quote from?
Romeo and Juliet. Oh, he's got...
Good day.
Hello, Mrs.
If you're looking for Father Roach...
Where is Father...
You might have noticed that he's gone to visit his friend in the countryside.
Where is Father Roach?
Why, on top of St. Edward. He's got a lovely You'll have to ask...
It does sound right. It's a shame he's not a...
Well, he does have a...
Do you know where...
No. If I did know, I'd fetch it, miss...
Not to worry.
I do recall him saying he hid it outside somewhere. Where it... Oh, best wait.
I found out my... William Bateman.
Bateman? William? I remember he were a right miserable...
My father was only in Bewley briefly. I'm trying to piece together what...
You'll have to ask him.
My father took... Do you recall...
I concern myself all... I'm sorry,
What do you...
They are not
I agree.
Older than... Oh,
These box pews... I've never seen any quite so...
We Bewley folk, like many of the pews are owned by individuals.
Some might accuse...
Now.
I dare...
At my age, it's hard to climb in and I'd rather...
Does the name...
Is that a...
No, never mind. Do you have any
I don't...
Not to worry. Thanks for your...
Lord be...
That's not mine. In memory of Romeo Hegg, dearly missed by his beloved Juliet. In memory... I'm not sure what that... I think I can... There's a key behind... This has to be... I'm not sure... That's a big... I'm not sure... Capital. A small label on the... This is just... I should put the key back. There. Good day. I have the
wonderful animal. No, it's cow bay. An easy mistake to make. The two look very...
Oh.
It's safe to eat, as long as you're not very toxic.
Where can I find some
There used to be quite a few elder plants growing here in Herne Wood. Nowadays, you might find the shrub growing within a...
I see. What does elderflower look?
Elderflowers are small. Elder shrubs can grow in all shapes and sizes. Just look out for the clumps of tiny white flowers.
The worm has found a new home. This looks like elderflowered. I'm not sure they would be in. Hello, Jen.
Miss.
Bury him.
I can juggle even.
I dare you.
Easy. Yuck! Oh.
That's a I'm not sure what...
Oi! Put those back!
Sorry.
Be careful.
Sorry, miss.
Hello again. I dare you.
Easy. Yuck!
I managed to swap. I'll let the worm enjoy his new home. Good day. I have the
wonder and the... There you tell Mr. Bryden to apply this poultice to the area in question. It worked.
Thank you very much.
Yes?
I've got a poultice. It was prepared.
Who?
You may know her as...
Oh, thank you. That Mildred knows what she's doing.
She said to apply it directly to where the pain is.
I'll give it a... Oh, that did the trick, lad. I feel like a lad of 20. I suppose you'll be wanting me...
If you don't mind.
A fairy. Stand well.
Believe me, I'm not...
There you are, lass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bryden.
Fresh Scotch eggs!
I've got a pail of fresh milk.
You have?
Here.
Mum, thank...
Are you all...
I'm worried. Any road. I'm heading... Would you still like to meet...
Very...
Now, I can't guarantee you'll be home. He's a very...
I'll take my chance.
Follow me? Come on over. It's not much further.
What time do you call this?
Sorry, Mum.
Give it here. What the hell is this?
Goat's milk, Mum.
You daft. Since when does his lordship take goat's milk with his tea? Oh, he will not. Get back to your sweeping before I clip you over the head.
Sorry, Mum.
Where is...
Sorry, Mum. Miss Fenchurch is...
I've no time for... Some fine look... Hello there.
Bugger off, you whelp. This...
I was wondering if it might be possible...
Are you deaf? Don't make me fetch the guards. They're armed, you know. By crap. Do you want to get yourself...
I can assure you the only things getting shot around here are... And perhaps the odd grouse. Greetings, my... Lord James...
Your lord...
As I live and breathe.
You could have told me that before.
What is life without mystery, Miss Bateman? A predictable stagger to...
I was imagining...
Much older and...
Yes, to be...
See? I can read your mind, my dear. Now, may I ask, what...
I wanted to ask if I could borrow some of your labourers.
Oh?
I intend to excavate Hobbs Barrow tomorrow, and I'm in need of some assistance.
How very We're in the middle of our own works right this minute. Follow me, Miss Bateman. Come along. I promise I don't bite. For generations, this was until some of my more ungrateful ancestors
Why did they abandon?
Men of great wealth and power can grow so comfortable that they forget they still need the divine. The sacrifices required to maintain such a relationship, the chapel soon turned to rubble, and his influence endured, but... believe it or not, my family's fortunes have dwindled. Since I succeeded my father, it has become my life. With this sacred place rebuilt, he shall be venerated once more, and then he guided the hands of my ancestors. Now it... Bewley is a...
Have you forgotten about St. Edmunds? Father...
I shall bring him back to these lands, and this... a new...
But it seems like you wish to bring back the past.
From out of the old world shall a greater truth... But I digress. Horace, my dear fellow.
Aye, your lordship.
This fair lady here is in need of some assistance. Would you and your chaps be up for a spot of digging at Hobbs Barrow tomorrow?
Hobbs Barrow? Aye, your lordship. 'Tis no bother.
Good man. You're in luck, my dear. These are my finest...
Thank you. Yes?
I've heard wonders about Mary de Plancy's Bakewell. I'd rather like to try them.
Your lordship, you're giving me the help...
Yes.
But...
Farewell.
Wait! Is his lordship joking?
No, miss. His lordship is a man of folly.
How ridiculous!
He treats you all right if you do what he asks. Please let us... If you do as...
They have some decent...
Good day.
Hello, Mrs. Do you still have some of your
Oh, you're too... Have a few left, but they're set...
Might you please be able to bake me...
Sorry, truth be told, my dear, me thoughts are all over.
I'm so sorry to hear.
Aye, he's in God.
Were you married to Albert?
Aye. He were the cobbler here, him, the most dashing gobbler. Love it. There's naught that can replace the whole.
I can relate to that. I wish you strength in this difficult time.
Thank you. With God's...
May I ask...
Oh, Father, he won't be back.
Won't they be off?
Not at all. Besides, pet, as I told...
Sorry, Mrs. Thanks for your time.
Lord be...
The simple wooden cross bears a small plaque, on which is inscribed the name Albert de Plancy.
Relative, are you?
No, just...
He were the cobbler who's going to mend me boots now.
Hello? What can you tell me?
Naught to say, except don't be sniffing around. You'll end up with a round of shot in you.
I beg your pardon?
You heard. Just mind your own business.
Does this fresh grave...
Aye.
rather bare, is it?
My job is to dig the graves, not...
Goodbye.
Ta-ra.
Good day.
Hello, Mrs. I saw your late husband's grave, Mrs. de Plant.
Thank you. I'm ashamed to say I couldn't afford naught more than... You were a colourful man. He loved his flower. He's only been gone a fortnight, and already his... May the Lord...
Plants are difficult to maintain.
His precious hippiastrum with a fir. I would have loved to lay one.
What does a...
Oh, beautiful tall stems topped, hard to grow. They were his The remarkable thing is there's no... That's why he loved... You see, he hated anything that hippiastrum would just... Let me know if you come...
Of course, Miss... What do...
Oh, beautiful tall... Hard they were the...
Thanks for...
Lord...
These matched the description of... There's no sense.
You get away from my hippiastrum!
Ah.
Move!
Well, that confirms it. Good day.
Hello.
I really need...
Why?
It's a long... Might you please be able to get one for me? Or just...
Those flowers are Miss Fenchurch's favourites. She spends hours... Sorry, Mum. It's just that I'm so worried.
The milkman...
Aye, we were to run away together.
I see.
I'm worried sick that... Without Mr. Amber... I can't risk...
I'm sorry, Miss...
Do you think he's a...
I'm sure that's not the case.
Could you try to... Oh, but I'd do anything for you.
I can...
Oh, thank...
What does Miss...
He's got...
I'm afraid I'll need...
Sorry, Mum. Please.
Hey, stop your nattering.
Sorry, Miss...
Good day.
Hello there.
My name...
Ralph. Not seen you.
I'm just... What brings...
I purchased a Scot. You want to buy?
No. Do you know Miss...
I do.
Have you any idea where...
He is usually here.
So I heard.
He normally arrives via the road to the east of Bewley.
Thank you. I'm looking for... Might you be...
Sorry, miss.
Enjoy your scotch.
I will.
There we are. Your shells are looking much more interesting now. I pestered Mother for years to let me bring some of your... I think she's worried that she has hidden most of your discoveries away. I had to beg her to bring me to visit you. I shouldn't worry you with all that. Do you know that I have a story for each of these pots? Well, I don't know if they're all true, but they are my memories. Even though I was so young, I still remember our adventures together. Would you like me to share my memories of them? Well, I'm going to, whether you like it or not. We talked about this one already. Seems like you were incredibly excited. I hadn't gone on an expedition with you yet. You were so happy about it, showing it to Mother. I thought, how can Daddy be... But it wasn't long until... I think you brought this one. I would have loved to go with you, but Mother, I remember you being so... It looks ancient. We found this one together in that... I think it was the second time. I remember you bringing it up to your face to... There's a bloody rat in... Mother was so angry when you... William, that simply will not do. It's... Once you moved it to your study, I remember creeping... This is from the first dig, the excavation of Hob. I found it wedged behind a stone as you ate your sandwich. You said, now there's a tiny... I almost forgot. While I was searching for your pots in the shed, I thought Mother had burnt all your notebook. It was an account of Barrows across... I managed to read it all before Mother did. Daddy, it was... I've decided that I'm going to travel the country, well, as soon as I'm old enough to escape... When you're feeling better, we can go out on expeditions together, just like we used... I promise you, I'll do whatever it takes. There's something ahead on the road.
My God! Mr. Barrow! I'm going to help. Please hold still.
He had been so tightly bound that I could barely cut through without hurting him further. His mouth was stuffed full of flowers of a most peculiar scent. I was dismayed at such savagery, and wondered if the feral folk Father Roach had mentioned were responsible for this abhorrent act. After some considerable effort, I managed to cut him free.
Are you all right?
Who were lost in visions of hell itself. The devil. I saw the devil.
Who did this to you?
I don't remember. Oh, the terrible sights I saw. I won't forget them till my last breath.
Are you Mr...
Yes, Edward Ambrose.
You were to meet Miss Tompkins today.
Oh, my darling love.
Let me take you to her. Here, take my hand.
As we made the arduous trek to Panswick Manor, I probed Mr. Ambrose on who had done this to him. He insisted that he didn't remember anything, except for his nightmarish visions.
My love.
Eddie! Jesus, what happened to you?
Now, fret not.
I thought you'd abandoned me.
Never. Thank your friend here for helping me out of a bind.
Oh, Eddie!
Let's get out of here, my darling.
Hang on.
You thieving beat! I'll have your guts for garters!
Oh, stick it where the sun don't shine, you bitter...
The cheek!
Here you are, Ma'am.
Thank you, Miss Tompkins.
No, thank you for finding my poor Eddie.
Aye, thank you, lass.
Let's go, Eddie. I'm never setting foot on this godforsaken estate again.
Good luck, you two.
I've no time. These flowers, perhaps... Bakewell, Bewley really was in complete isolation. The milk is not... The cart is beyond repair. The milk is... There's nothing else I wished. Good day. Do you recognize this flower?
Hellebore. Quite common, in fact.
Is it known for any...
Aye, many depending on who. Some say it can be used in curses. They say it has the power to alter perception, opening up...
So it causes one to hallucinate?
You could... I certainly wouldn't recommend eating it.
Thank you. I have something.
You found them? Oh, you... Let's take them straight to Albert. You'll come with me, won't you?
Of course, Mrs. de Plancy.
You know, the things I miss most about him are the things that used to annoy me. The click of his jaw as he chewed his sandwiches, leaving his tools all around the house. The way he'd never back down from an argument. He's just quiet at home now. Silence. The funny thing is, that's what he always craved. Peace and quiet. He were a good man, our Albert.
Sounds like he was. I'm so sorry.
Do you fear death, pet?
Not at all. I dare say I won't be around to know it's happened.
But what of heaven and hell?
Life is for living, not for worrying about what comes after.
Albert didn't fear death either. You're both braver than I am.
It's not bravery, it's just trying to make the most of what we have in the present. One can neither live in the future, nor the past.
I fear it, but my faith keeps me going. I know I'll meet him again, in heaven.
Take that thought forward, Mrs. de Plancy. Remember it. One day, you will be reunited.
Thank you. Oh, those flowers look beautiful.
They do.
Albert will be smiling down on us. Pet, I left me basket inside the church. You'll find some Bakewell puddings in there. You can have them.
Oh, you...
I insist. You've brought an ounce of happiness into my day, dear. It's only just that I return some.
Thank you, Mrs. de Plancy.
To be truthful with you, I was saving them for myself. I shouldn't be so selfish. Lord forgive me.
You're nothing of the sort.
I'll stay here with Albert a bit longer. You go back to your day, Pet. Lord be with you.
And you, Mrs. de Plancy.
Here they are. I've already taken them all. The bars.
The vision returns.
I come bearing gifts.
Freshly baked gifts?
Yes. 3 of Mrs. de Plancy's famous Bakewell pudding.
You are an amusing creature, Thomasina.
What do you mean?
You must think me a scoundrel of the highest order for asking you to undertake such folly. Of course I would have lent you my men either way. I merely desired an excuse to share a cake with you.
Lord Panswick.
I take no pleasure in watching you scurry about Bewley to fulfill my every whim. Or do I?
I do not find this amusing in the slightest. You have no idea what I had to go through to get these for you.
Oh, I do. And that's what I admire about you. Tenacity. Even in the face of something you know to be absurd. You don't give up, do you?
Never. Though in this case, I ought to have.
Now then, will you share one of these tempting confections with me?
Why not?
Splendid! I'm glad the rain doesn't put you off. You like to live a little dangerously, don't you, Thomasina? Let us stroll to the beck.
That sounds nice. We walked side by side down to the beck, his hand occasionally brushing my own. Despite Lord Panswick's entertaining company, I had an overwhelming feeling that time was being wasted. We ate those cakes down by the beck, and as he attempted the most charming lines he could muster upon me, I only had one thing on my mind. Father, could he be saved from his suffering? Was the answer to be found within Hob's Barrow? I ached to find out. I didn't even notice the taste of those famous puddings. Seemingly disheartened by my lack of enthusiasm, Lord Panswick soon marched me back toward the ruined chapel.
Chaps, listen, you're to assist Miss Bateman. What time?
Early morning, if you don't.
We'll be there whenever you need us, miss.
Hob's Barrow, on the Bryden estate, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll be there.
Take your tools with you. Miss Bateman will need every assistance.
It's no but.
Splendid.
Thank you, lad.
Now, I'll see you later, my dear.
Thank you, Lord Panswick.
We're finishing up here, miss. See you tomorrow morning, all right?
Certainly. I appreciate your help. Well, that's a relief to have my crew assembled for tomorrow. Hey, boy. I'll let the lads finish. Hello again.
Miss
I've recruited the help of some
Marv, when?
tomorrow morning.
One.
Can I count on your...
Of course. I'll meet you.
Thank you for your...
Aye, miss. I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
There's nothing else I wish... I can't think of anything else. I have nothing. I don't need to... Good day.
Hello.
I found me...
Aye, that's all. What the hell happened?
He refused to say, but I...
Jesus.
Have you any idea who might have...
No, lass.
To a friend.
Grand.
Enjoy your Scot...
I will.
Hey, Thistlecrack. I don't wish to... produce is not mine. Good day.
Selling them would mislike.
No,
Perhaps you'd be freshly made.
no. I have nothing else to. I'll leave her to. Mr. Long. I have nothing. Hello.
Miss
Are you prepared?
Aye.
Capital. Thank you for.
Aye, miss. I'm looking
There's nothing. There's nothing else I've no use. The poor thing. I've stored my case. A box. I fear Miss Fenn. It's best. Hello? Is any... Margaret, dedicated to... What a peculiar... I can't quite... What a peculiar... I can't... A carved I think it depicts... It's bolted onto the door. That is not coming. The devil. I've done it. The bowstring seems to... Look what I have for you. My head is... What happened? Hello? Where did she go? The girl left her... I'll take it with me in case... I want to understand what... It's getting dark and cold. Time to head back to the...
Evening, Miss Bateman.
Good evening.
Your lord?
Stanley.
To what do we owe the pleasure of your...
I've come to wish Miss Bateman good fortune for her. I'm really rather curious
As am I.
An exciting time for...
Oh, yes, your lord.
My dear, please. A welcome antidote to the...
Yes,
No, thanks.
Miss Bateman.
I should keep a clear head for tomorrow.
Good thinking. In that case, I shall bid thee the fondest of farewells. May you conquer Hobbs Barrow.
Thank you, your lord.
I've reminded my chaps they're to meet you at Hobbs Barrow.
Thank you again.
Till we meet again, faites des beaux rêves, Mr. Sholto.
Your lordship?
Hello again, Sir.
You still leave.
I'd like to avoid... Maybe she didn't notice that I swapped the herb. I can't think of anything else. I have nothing else. I can't think of any... I have nothing... You've changed an exciting... I thought you didn't want me to
what can I get?
I'm fine for now. Arthur?
I've remembered.
What is it?
Not meet me out.
He's stinking, but let's hear what he has to say. What is it?
First of all, on that night we met.
Yes?
Well, there were a man in the loo. A hood, he threatened me with a beating if I told you anything about what I saw.
Oh, Arthur, that's terrible. What did you see?
That's the thing. I hadn't the foggiest idea what he were on about. It was a drink, you see. I'm an embarrassment.
No, you're not.
Here's what I need to tell you. I've remembered what he were on about.
Oh?
Aye. Standing in the woods today. I waited. I constantly...
Please, you're keeping me...
All right. It were a couple of days before I met you.
Hurry now, Leonard.
I'm not as quick as I used to be. This leg is getting worse by the day.
Yes. I'm constantly made aware of your failing health. Do not fear. You said he has promised you the reward of your returned strength.
Aye, and it can't come soon enough.
Are you sure that it must be her blood?
Aye, she's family.
And she gets here in 2 days?
Aye.
We must bring her to the site as soon as she arrives.
No. Your lordship, with all due respect, we've been through. We need to ease her into the idea. She will laugh in our faces if we just asked for it.
Who said we would ask?
He told me that she needs to give it willingly.
This little scheme of yours better work, Leonard.
It will, your lordship. We've got the perfect bait.
Wait. Who goes there? Did you hear something? Ah, after something, are you, Mr. Tillett?
Your lordship.
Save your words, you drunken wretch. Off you go, skedaddle. Don't make me... I do wish you wouldn't spend so much time with that fool. It's sad, really. That dog urine they serve here has rather pickled the man's brain.
You're being most unfair to him, Mr.
Oh, God, no. I shall bid thee adieu once more, but I do not wish for this to come between us. All the very best wishes for your excavation tomorrow, my dear.
Thanks. What do you think, girl? How can I make sense of all this? I'll be glad to be back in London with a good book once this is all said and done.
Day fades into night. to you.
So, Thomasina, the journal proves I'm telling you the truth, does it not?
It does.
Good. Now listen. I can help him again. We can help him. Together.
How?
All those years ago, your father entered this barrow with the goal of binding me within it. All because the people of Bewley had gotten it into their heads that Saxon were cause of their plight. I tell you, Thomasina, we're not. Your father botched his incantation, leaving me in this weakened state, stuck in this limbo. As for him, well, you know how he ended up.
This doesn't sound right. Incantations. My father is a man of...
You don't know your father, Thomasina. How old were you? A child of not even 5, 6 years? You need to enter this barrow and undo what your father did. The spell must be undone. Then not only will I regain my strength, but your father will too.
But how do I...
Blood. The truest symbol of life and death. It's the life which flows within you, but it's also death once it escapes.
I don't understand.
Worry not how you'll undo what's been done. When the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. Time is short. Your father and I grow weaker by the hour. Go. Save your father.
I must undo what has been done. Father, I'm coming.
Herbert? How did you get in here?
It doesn't matter anymore. I've got much more important things to get on with. Good morning. Stanley?
Ah, Miss Mr. Shoulder left...
Thank you, Stanley.
Oh, there were a key with it too.
I must make haste.
Miss Bateman, I beg you, in the name of God, leave this town.
Father Roach, what is the meaning of this?
There's nowt for you here, lass. Clear off.
I beg you, Miss Bateman.
Father Roche, here to wish Miss Bateman good luck for her...
Am I?
Mr. Kemp, you know...
An excavation strongly supported by Lord Panswick, no less.
I wish you... May the Lord strengthen you and guard you from the evil one.
Yeah, little children, guard yourselves from idols.
Good luck.
Thank you. The poor thing is beyond help. I must make haste. I must make haste. I must make haste. I must make haste. Douglas? It's just a toy. It's what a peculiar... I can't... What's this? A box. Mr. Shoulder, I got your note. Explain your... Cursed. The key... Enough... Wait. Does this mean Mr. Shoulder was the third man on my father's excavation? There's a note underneath. Hello? Is anyone... A.R. I haven't... Good morning, men. Thank you for braving the weather.
Ah, yes. Little rain is... So?
Yes, we've not...
And so, the excavation of Hob's Barrow began. Horace and his men learnt quickly and went about their work with care. We toiled for hours, rolling away great stones, removing mortar and masonry put in place by Father. They had gone to great lengths to... I should have realised their efforts were not only to keep us out. Eventually, our careful application of pick trapped a stagnant, cadaverous odour was let... The seal was broken. I couldn't believe my eyes.
Splendid work.
Step inside, miss. We'll be right behind you.
Thank you, Horace. I can't wait a moment longer. Flowers? I can't get my head around this. How could they possibly grow here? Horace? Horace? A burial urn, perhaps. An unremarkable find. Chaps? I've been about... Fairly standard Bronze Age. Smashed to high heaven, I'm afraid. Not worth making a note. Let's see if I can cut them away. Incredible. Something has been boarded up here. Iron stakes have been driven through the boards, holding them firmly in place. I feel uneasy about what might lie. A passage! Father, I'm coming. Curses. Am I out of paraffin? Thank goodness. My lantern went out. For good, I had no choice but to venture forth into the dark. With each step, the passage narrowed in every conceivable way, until I was on hand and knee, crawling through thick clumps of vegetation. The odour of that dank soil was somehow unnatural. I crawled for an age, until I emerged in a cavern that seemed lit by the very earth itself. What is this? It's as solid as it looks. This stone panel seems This stone panel feels firmly affixed. Perhaps I can chip away at the edge of the stonework here. Well, the chisel broke, but what have we here?
3 niches have been carved into the stone. A click. Incredible. Oh my. The light. Curses. Goodness me. There's nothing Bronze Age about this. Roman? Ancient Greek? No, this is something else. Some situations do. There's something here. It looks like a crank handle. Try as I might, there's a small hole in the front of the box. A lock, perhaps. Empty. There's nothing inside. There's nothing. This one has shattered. I've broken up the soil. It fits in the hole. Let's see if I can... My word. The box is full of seeds? They glow in a most unnatural manner. Yet I feel compelled to take some. There we are. I've collected some water in the pot. Am I dreaming? It fits. These roots are... I've removed a portion of the root. I'll keep it. It's a little crude, but I believe I've fashioned a whip. The figure is holding a whip. It fits. Whatever was once placed here is long gone. A thick, greasy substance is oozing from the broken pot. I haven't the faith. I don't wish to... Empty. Empty. Goodness me! It's Herbert! What madness is this? There is a queer heat emanating from the stone. The statue bears no move. Wait, something is hanging. A writhing mass of serpents carved from stone. On the reverse side is a thin, notched, perhaps a key of some. No, that... I've scooped some of the greasy substance into the pot. I shan't go... Incredible. There's something in its mouth. A gold coin. There are no markings on heads nor tails. I can't move. There's an inscription. V-I-I. My God! A severed hand is locked in a death grip on the handle. Who did this belong to? The fingers are icy. I've managed to pry. Should I... The greasy substance. Voila.
There's an inscription. V. Something has emerged from within the bust. It fits. Ghastly. Another gold. This one also has no markings. This figure makes my skin crawl somewhat. What exactly is it? It presents a small, rounded object. A remarkably accurate depiction. Astonishing! An ancient... I can't move it an inch. There is a thin slot set into the front of it. The coin... I don't... The coin went in. Something stirred within the plinth. I should take... Characters. Perhaps Greek in origin? They are protruding out from the plaque. Perhaps I can push them in some manner. This must be important. A thin rod with tiny notches along the shaft. The head is adorned with a coiled serpent. I think I shall leave it. The head is adorned with an Ouroboros. I think I shall... Something moved. Goodness me! What in God's name? There is a queer heat and... What's this? A piece of stone. It must be important. It fits. It fits. Oh, it's gone. What have we here? This is my father's handwriting. A page torn from his journal? Sax knot. Karja? Sarja? I have no idea. A small round niche. It's very empty. Empty. It looks like something... No movement. Try as I might. It's been... That is well out... The soil has...
A goat has been buried here. How gruesome. A horn has broken away from... I'll take it. The horn fits perfectly, as if by design. The eye seems no movement. It's no use. It's no use. If I can just wedge... Got it. Remarkable. A keyhole. There's a key. I'll take it. That is well out of... I wonder if this... I can't see how that will... The key... Sounds like a mechanism creaked somewhere far above me. Is that blood? Perhaps I can... It fits. Sounds like a mechanism. What a horrific racket. It is well out. That dreadful... I can almost make out a pattern. It's all just... hogwash.
this all in my head. I wandered through those squalid tunnels for what felt like hours, only to end up back where I started. Father?
With popish tricks and relics rare, the priests their flocks do gull. In casting out the earth take care. Huzzah! I've found a skull!
This is my father's handwriting. I don't understand. What is this tablet he keeps referring to? I wandered through those squalid tunnels for what felt like hours.
Three, 2, 1. You can open your eyes now, Thomasina. Come. Are you ready for your first excavation?
Father!
Capital. Make sure you remember everything I've taught you. I have a feeling you might find something special.
Can you hear me, Father? Is it really you?
I'll be watching from the steps, my little bird. Good luck!
I remember this. Nothing. Nothing. Oh, the wretched smell! What is the meaning of this? Father? Mother?
Thomasina?
Father! It is!
My dear, sweet little bird. I'm so very dreadfully hot. Please remove these covers. They suffocate me so.
Father,
And I've got so much to ask you. So much to tell you. But please, first, the covers.
your body.
Oh, my dear, clever girl. You're so close now. How good it is to finally speak with you again.
But...
Don't worry. It'll all be fine soon. You're close to the end, little bird.
God. Father, this ends now. There's something here, in the soil. A tablet, made of lead. There's an inscription scratched into it. Aliges daemonium incantamentum. With mine blood shall thou be bound to the earth, and only with mine blood shall thou be freed. Is this what Saxnot was referring to? My father wrote this? I know what I need to do. Still scarcely believe what I saw looming over me in that Stygian chamber. How does one even attempt to describe the indescribable? The vision before me defied all logical explanation. All my efforts to do so have fallen on deaf ears, merely providing a chance to be mocked, pitied, and dismissed as mentally unsound. I dare not commit that unfathomable glimpse to paper, but it was real, Mother. He is real. Not an imaginary terror, but a demon, a god brought to life. I turned and ran, striving to somehow make my way out of that accursed barrow alive, inspirited by the hope that my squalid deed had freed Father from his plight. Speechless voices whispered to me in unknown tongues that grew louder with every step. Suddenly, there was light.
I saw him too. That night I saved your father. Ever since then, I felt his corruption growing within me. He grew stronger and stronger as he raged against the incantation that bound him beneath the soil. I fought him with all my might, Tried hard to bury him in the corners of my mind. Oh, Thomasina, how I tried. But I could deny him no longer. I became naught but an instrument. His voice became my own. I deceived you. I'm sorry. I am his now. Soon we'll all be his. Hail Abraxas Rex.
Well, I say, she's done it, Leonard.
Your lordship, I believe she has. My dear Miss Bateman, there is a God about whom you know nothing, because men have forgotten him. We call him by his name, Abraxas.
Welcome back, Master. Come, Leonard. We must await him at the chapel.
Aye, only there shall he be complete.
Miss Bateman. Welcome back to Ticehurst House. It's been quite some time. Terrible weather this. Nurse Blaketon has had enough of me smoking inside. Makes her cough, you see. A bit of rain won't kill me, will it? You mustn't be interested in me nattering on. Give my regards to your father. Nurse Blaketon is preparing his supper. You look pale. This will catch your death out here.
Ah, Mr. Kemp. Welcome.
My heart is his heart, your lordship.
And my light is his light. We've a full house for today's sermon. You'd best take your seat.
My heart is...
And my light is...
You have made an Eden here. We are ever so thankful to you.
I assure you, Mr. Long, this, please, join the others inside.
My heart is his heart.
And my light is his light, dear Leonard. How are you feeling?
It as a...
After you.
And now I sit in this dismal room, day after day, year after year, imprisoned and committed with seemingly little hope of redemption. You have chosen not to visit me, and I understand that, I do. Indeed, I've had but one visitor, Arthur Tillett. He comes to see me once or twice a year. A loyal and decent man who tried in vain to warn me of the wicked plot concocted by Lord Panswick and Mr. Shoulder. Thankfully, Midland Railway accepted his transfer request. He and his wife were able to leave that damnable village several weeks after my excavation. It feels like an age has passed since that fateful night at Ticehurst House, but finally, you have my full account. I thought I knew my father. As I look back on my childhood memories, I can only conclude that it was his wish to protect me from the true nature of his endeavours. But why didn't you tell me the truth? Especially after what happened to him at Hobbs Barrow. Why did you allow me to grow up idolising a man who didn't exist? I did not kill father. It was he that guided my hand. I was in thrall to that most malevolent force, Abrax. I beg you to understand. He has had his revenge, but I know he will return. Where is he now? What more is he capable of? I only wanted to save my father. Oh, Mother, what have I done? Forgive me.